thank you very much, Bruce, for joining us this evening to talk about your experiences in this classic James Bond film. So, Bruce, how did your journey with James Bond begin? How did you get the role in Diamonds Are Forever?
Well, that's a simple question, but life is more complicated than a simple question like that.
Yes.
I've been an actor since 1953. I really started acting in. I was an athlete, and we're talking about many years of possible things that can happen to people. I would say everyone should be aware that quite often there are things that happen in your life which seem like disasters, but are really hidden gifts. So my hidden gift was the fact that I was brought up in the days when everyone was on before the Second World War started. That was already.
Yeah.
At the age of 6, I had my first job. So the fact that I had jobs that from the age of 6 on forever is, in a way, sounds terrible, but actually it taught me a lot about life. I worked on a newsstand in the Loop in Chicago for years. I used to sell magazines door to door. I worked in a glass factory from the time I was 14 through 15. I had no idea I was going to be an actor. In my tough working class neighborhood in Chicago, the idea of saying you're an actor was like saying, well, I'm going to wear a dress and this kind of makeup.
Yes.
Only the sissy boys were allowed to mention that they were going to be an actor. My big assets were I was an artist, and I got lots of attention from my drawings and paintings, and I am working on a book right now for my art. But my other big asset, and the thing that would dominate everything, I was an athlete. I was a football player, American football. And although in my later years I discovered soccer or universal football, and I had my own soccer team for 35 years. I played. I built 2 teams and put it in a tough league and all that stuff. But at any rate, in those days in Chicago, and I almost went into that accent I used to have. If you're a Chicago guy, you had to talk like this. If you didn't talk like that, you were considered a sissy. So you had to be a tough guy. So that's the way I was. I was a tough guy, and I could knock people out with a single punch.
Yeah.
And the idea was, in a way, I was like a nerd with muscles. And secretly, I was reading great literature and all of that stuff. And I was tested by teachers because there were certain weird things that happened with the way I was doing things in school, and they gave me an IQ test, and I thought that meant that I was stupid. And the facts are that the test, I didn't know that I wasn't stupid until a teacher took us into like, 5th grade. A teacher took us into a school library, and she said, okay, all of the classes go to wall 1, 2, and 3, and Bruce and Irene can go to wall 4. Well, wall 4 was the college level books. We went there and pulled out Homer's The Iliad and the Odyssey, which is in a way true of my whole life. I think we're all on our own Iliad and Odyssey, and thank you, Homer. But that was the first time I realized I was smarter than everyone else. Now that sounds like I'm bragging right now, but it's just a matter of fact. It's the thing that helped me get through a lot of stuff. But I had football scholarships offered to me at different colleges, but again, because of this strange thing that about my brain, which nobody knew about in those days, I flunked English in college. And the Korean War was going on at that time, and I managed to avoid it by passing all the tests. English that caused me to get drafted for the Korean War.
Right.
So I got to Korea for the last 6 months of that war. And in a way, again, this just sounds like a terrible thing, but I had gone there, and the 6 months, when the 6 months was over of the fighting, then the University of California started sending college professors over to Korea. And I was able to pick up 9 hours of college credits. Now, since I had flunked English in college and had gotten myself drafted, I figured I better take English, and I took an English course in Seoul, Korea. And the professor, a very kind man, pulled me aside and said, "Bruce, I don't know what it is about you, but there's something weird with your brain. If I were to go by your scores on the grammar test, I would have to fail you again. But you wrote 3 terrific short stories."
Yeah.
He had handed out writing tests, and I written 3 stories. And he said, "You show so much skill with the and even though you flunked all the grammar tests, I'm going to pass you so you get past it." Well, that was great, but here was the gift again. Keep sneaking up on me.
Yeah.
Now another gift came, and I was going to be released by the Army a couple months early so I could go back to college. And when I got I was back from Korea, I had conflicted malaria, another gift.
Yeah.
And the malaria stopped me from picking up my football scholarship at Colorado College, which had a good art school too.
Yeah.
And so I thought I'd go back to this other college where I played football before in Chicago, and saw that there was a play being advertised. Now, the reason why that was interesting to me, that the play audition for this play was being offered, was I had, because of my weightlifting and exercise and stuff, and building up my strength for football, I worked out in gyms a lot, so I had built a muscular body. And a buddy of mine, Chicago buddy of mine, who I did art projects with, but we also lifted weights with, said, "Bruce, you got a good build on you. You ought to go down there and pose at the Art Institute in Chicago there." So I did. I posed at the Art Institute, and there was a beautiful naked woman posing across the room from me. And she came up to me at the break, had her bathrobe out like that, and said, "Bruce, how would you like to?" And she kind of winked at me, and I thought, "Like to? You know, I'm a guy. You're beautiful. Yeah, I'd like to." This is all in my inner mind. And then she said, "Be a gorilla." What? And it turned out she was a stripper, and she had a nightclub act where she was on stage 15 minutes with a guy wearing a 100-pound ape suit.
Yeah.
And she asked me if I would be willing to do that. So it turned out that the guy who owned the act decided I was good, and that I should do the act. And I ended up in Tampa Bay, Florida, and we were there for almost 3 months. Had a great booking. But I learned how to do the act because the guy who owned the act said, "Go down to the Lincoln Park Zoo in Chicago and meet Bushman." Bushman was a famous 400 or 500-pound gorilla. And I went to see Bushman, and I was down where the orangutans were and chimpanzees, and I was looking way down at the other end, and Bushman had a bunch of people in front of his cage, and then a whole bunch of people left, and then I saw Bushman look over at me, and he waved his hand towards me, and I thought, my God, he's waving at me. So I went over there and stood in front of his cage. Nobody else was around, and he looked at me, and he said, "Bruce, your acting lesson. Get out and don't tell anyone I can talk. So in a sense, that's my whole approach to acting. I think the character's thoughts.
Yeah.
And I do the character's moves.
Oh.
And I teach acting in a way. That's what I teach, is become the character. Now back to the other big terrific thing that happened to me was I had flunked English, got drafted in the Korean War, had caught malaria, came back to the States and couldn't pick up my football scholarship at this other terrific college. But I saw this play being advertised, Camino Real, the Tennessee Williams play, and I went to the audition, and I thought I should maybe find out if that magician was correct. Am I an actor? So I tried out for the play. The director, teacher, as they were going to do it at the theater in Chicago, said, come back to the callback. Well, I don't know if I suddenly got scared of the idea of this acting thing or something else, but I got involved setting up my ABAC deal again, and so I could help work my way through college with my GI Bill from the Korean War. And but I didn't go to the callback, and I'm walking down a flight of steps a few days after the callback, and I see this teacher, director, running up the stairs at me saying, "Where were you?" And I went, "What?" And he said, "You didn't come back to the callbacks." I said, "I know, I got busy with some other stuff." He said, "Well, I want you to play the lead." I went, "Oh, okay." So I played the lead, and I had never read a book on acting. I had never taken an acting class, and I had never had any idea that there was some special way you were supposed to act. I just became the character in the play and got great reviews. And I even started coaching other people who weren't acting very well. In fact, they were acting, and I started giving them advice like, "Hey, have you ever noticed that when you're talking to me, what I'm doing, and how am I reacting to what you're saying? And when you talk to me, look to see if I'm being affected by what you're saying." And the guy said, "You know." I said, "Well, that's what you do. Watch me, see what's going on, and respond to it." Well, again, there's another acting lesson I gave to somebody else before. So it's not what you give out as an actor from my approach to acting, it's what you let in.
Yeah.
And what you let in is going to affect you. And that's the way I approach acting. So for Diamonds Are Forever, I'd already done 100 plays before I had done any theater, any film work. So, but little bits of film work would come in. I went to Northwestern, got a degree. I had before that gone to a summer stock company in Wisconsin, lived out of my car, slept on the porch of the theater, and did a new role every week. So in summer stock in those days, you rehearsed your first play, opened it, and then started rehearsing your second play while performing your first play at night. And you'd go through 10, I did even a 20-week season of that, where you just do a new character every week. And one week you're 18 years old, and next week you're 8.
Yeah.
One week you're smart, and next week you're stupid. And this is an advantage in a way for me, where I hadn't had the acting lessons, and I'd already done 20 plays by the time I got to Northwestern, which it was recommended to me by the director from the play that I'd done in Chicago. And in a way, the directors and all the teachers were sweet and lovely people, but in a way I knew a little more about acting than they did, because I'd actually done it. All they did was talk about theater series. Stanislavski was the big thing, and I agree with what Stanislavski said, and I don't find any problems with it. Some of these other teachers that came up after that claimed to be Stanislavski type teachers weren't. And I just continued doing
Yeah.
So Northwestern gave me the idea, and I finally got my Bachelor of Science degree there, and I got a Bachelor of Science in speech, so I can't stop talking ever since. I probably have noticed, talk. And the idea of Northwestern for me was, where do you go next? And the place I had to go next, and I'd already done another 2 seasons of summer stock by the time I met Northwestern with my Bachelor of Science.
Mm-hmm.
And I went to New York, and I immediately got a job in another summer stock company, and started doing off Broadway and more summer stock when the other things. So you're working a way to get to places. So when you ask me, how did I get Diamond Dark River? I got it over a period of years and years. I got to New York in 1957 and I guess I did 16 Broadway and off-Broadway plays, and I did 1-year runs in some of them. And theater started dying, and I married a terrific lady, and eventually we created a terrific child, my son, Crispin Lover, who is right now in the Czech Republic, finishing up on the film that we did together. And so he was born in New York, but theater was dying, and it was becoming harder and harder to stay an actor in theater, and I kept getting pushed by my agency to go off to Los Angeles, to Hollywood, and to become an actor out there. So I did one trip before I had a Broadway show, and I had like 3 months before the show started. And my agent said, go to Hollywood now and come back for the rehearsal of the play. And I was Robert Preston's understudy for a play. And so I came back, and then that play didn't run long enough, and then got another play opportunity that would start in Los Angeles at the Mark Taper Forum. And I got a terrific part in a play called The Sorrows of Frederick. It was about Frederick the Great. But it was a pre-Broadway start in Los Angeles. And then it was supposed to make a couple of jumps and get to Broadway again. So, unfortunately, this is another terrific thing where something terrible happens that you think is a terrible thing, and it actually was a gift to you. The play never went back to Broadway. So my agent said, nothing's happening so far, so stay there in Hollywood. And my wife and little boy, went back to New York and waited for I started picking up parts in shows, in television shows, and starting to build familiarity with casting directors where they trust you. And in the long run, one of the big advantages of these terrible things. By the way, one of the terrible things that happened with why I funked English, I'm dyslexic, and dyslexics can be dumb dyslexics or smart dyslexics. One of my I had some classes in psychology and stuff, because everyone I knew was nuts, and I wanted to understand how I function. So I've been studying this dyslexia, using myself as my main source of operation, and I could look at myself and understand, because I was a smart dyslexic, why I had done certain things. Here's the rule. Dyslexics don't want to learn how to do it. They just do it.
Yeah.
Boom. Smash. That. That's how I learned to act. I didn't learn how, I could get it. And that's the way I was with football, and that's how I was with soccer, and when I later LA doesn't open in New York, and it never will. So I decided, along with my agent, that I'm going to stay here. And we bought a small house in LA, in the Marina area, and I had my wife and boy come and move here. So we made this trip to LA. So along the way of building slowly a familiarity with casting directors and producers that start to recognize that you should be in their project because you're good. And it's not like somehow I never had a publicity agent. I probably should have at some point. But I just did stuff that would pay my mortgage, pay my rent, pay my food, and support my wife and kids. My wife was a terrific, smart, beautiful lady. She was a dancer in a ballet, Broadway. And my son was constantly being taken to audition by his dear mother. And Christian has, of course, become quite well known as an actor.
Yeah.
Amazing actor. And he and I have worked together. We'll probably work on some other things in a way. We're working on my art book. But here's the final thing about the final process where I ended up getting shoved towards Diamonds Are Forever. There was a casting director that did a lot of this stuff. And how did I catch this casting director's eye? Again, one of these weird things. I had auditioned for a thing where I had to do a French accent. And I did the French accent, and this casting director's wife was studying French at the time, and she caught the show, and she said, "Oh, there's a terrific new actor, a French actor, working on screen here." This was a casting director's wife, Billy Gordon. Billy Gordon looked, and he said, "Yeah, he's a terrific actor. I've got to look him up." And then when he realized I wasn't French, he was so impressed that he, again, now I was on the top of his list. And he put me up for a movie called Bless the Beasts and Children with Stanley Kramer. Stanley Kramer was a tough, smart director, and he was doing this thing called Bless the Beasts and Children. And there were two characters that were harassing these young kids that were trying to save buffaloes from being hunted. And these two, there were two characters that were like redneck cowboy types that they first ran into on a highway. And so they had 6 actors in there auditioning for it. And Kramer had each of us read, and then after we were all there present, and he said, "Okay, I've decided to make my choice. The 2 actors that I'm going to choose." And each spoke their names, and neither of them were me. So the 2 actors, but it was still a pleasant experience. And Kramer thanked us, and we left. Now I left, and one of the actors who had been chosen by Kramer got another job, which was more weeks' work. This was a 2.5-week job. He got a 6 or 7-week job in Israel, and he quit the thing. Well, Billy Gordon called me and said, "You need to go and see Stanley Kramer because you were his second choice." And I went, "Really?" And he said, "Yes." And so I went to see Kramer, and I went to his office, and he looked at me, kind of, what do you want? And I said, "I'm Bruce Cover." He said, "Yeah, so what?" And I said, "Well, I'm here because I'm going to be playing one of the hustlers." And he went, "Huh?" It was clear to me that Billy Gordon had lied and told him I was his second choice. Thank you, Billy Gordon. So I did the movie, and Kramer fell in love with what I was doing. From then on, he was always saying, if I called out. He said, I'm going to make you into a star. Well, it never happened. The next chance I got to, anyway, so Diamonds Are Forever. Billy Gordon was the casting director on it, and I had done a terrific job on Less Decent Children, and playing this redneck cowboy guy. And I remember, ooh, you got a pop gun. You gonna shoot that boy? You know, that kind of character.
Yeah.
So that's a big stretch from what was going to be done in Diamonds Are Forever. Now, I was brought in by Billy Gordon for meetings with the two producers and the director, Guy Hamilton, terrific director.
Yeah.
And in the long run became, we worked together terrifically, and he was hugely intelligent, fine man. Now, when I was told, I remember when I was told I almost had the role, and there were just 3 actors being considered. I went to the final meeting, and there were 2 other actors, and one was a guy who I had known a little bit, and I knew he was a good actor, and the other guy was kind of this grumpy, weird guy, and that was Putter Smith,
yes,
the musician.
Mm.
And I thought that, this means that those 2 guys are competing with each other to see who's going to work with me, because I thought I had the part. Well, the fact was, Putter had the part. Guy Hamilton had seen him playing bass fiddle in with Thelonious Monk, and he was impressed by the way Putter Smith was, and thought he should be one of the guys.
Yeah.
So I kept telling him how great this other actor was my competition. And luckily, they didn't listen to me, and they cast me instead. So it was going to be Putter Smith and me, and then I found, when I got the script, I found out that 2 characters were gay.
Yes.
This was the first time in film history that 2 characters were ever going to be clearly identified as gay. And my wife was a ballet dancer and a Broadway dancer, and so she had gay buddies that were around all the time, and really almost double dated with other gay people sometimes. But they were smart, intelligent people and fun. And I remember one of them saying, if you 2 get divorced, I don't know which one I'm going to marry. And I thought, I said, well, it won't be me, buddy. But I used to make jokes like that back and forth between some of those days that were around. And they were fine people and fun and all that stuff. But I didn't want to do that as a character.
Yeah.
So as the character, I was terrified at what I would do with the character if I did one of those gay impersonations that I'd done with all those gay pals that we had around.
Yeah.
And so Guy Hamilton said, is there anything I can do for you, Bruce? And I went, yes. Guy said, what's that? And I said, well, don't tell me which character I'm playing. He said, really? Why? I said, I don't know, Guy, and but I just don't tell me. He said, all right. And he told Putter Smith not to tell me which character he was playing. So there I was, out in the desert, getting makeup and wardrobe, and in about 2 hours, I could be filming on set as the character.
Yeah.
And I didn't know which character I was playing. Now, this is a strange thing that I've always done as an actor, where I kind of like to make sure that I don't know exactly what I'm going to do. I like to be surprised by what I do.
Yeah.
And what surprises me is what I let in, or reach out and grab in to see what it is, and to explore it. So I'm in a constant exploration when I'm acting. Even after I've gotten the part, even when I was doing theater, I would develop the character in a play by responding responding on the audience. Now, if you're doing a comedy, one night you do something and you might get 2 laughs, and then the next night you do something a little different and get 5 laughs. And then the next night you might do something clearly where you focus all of the audience and you use the audience to focus and to find out what you need to do to get the whole audience to laugh.
Yeah.
So in a way, that's one of the advantages of a theater background, where you use the audience to develop like your comic technique, and or at least technique needed for this role that you were doing. Now here I was about to be possibly soon to be with the big star, the big 007, and so Hunter and I are getting our makeup and stuff, and he's flipping around and stuff, and I'm looking at myself, and suddenly I'm like terrified, and I thought, what the hell? What the hell am I going to do? I have no idea. I don't even know what character I'm playing. I'm going to fail. They're going to fire me and bring in a good actor. So I thought I'd better contact my acting teacher. Well, I did. Me. I said, Bruce, what are you going to do? I said, Bruce, you're in a big dark hole of failure. You're locked into a big cement ball of failure. You've got to get out. So I decided that I would have to get out. And I said, what is there? Well, there's a blue sky. And blue sky. It was like 7 in the morning out in the desert. The air was cool and fresh, and the blue sky was above me. So I started letting in blue sky, and then I started letting in. I said, I better check the sand and their nose and dust. And then I started looking at people, and I started counting their buttons and stuff, and I couldn't even look at faces yet. And then I took in a big, deep breath of fresh air, and I went, oh, I feel great. I feel great. And suddenly all of the fear had run away, and now I felt great. I said, wait a minute, here I am. I'm going to be playing a gay guy. I still didn't know which character I was playing, but I said, so we 2 guys are gay. And I looked over at Putter Smith, and I thought, gay people kiss. And I looked at Putter Smith's mouth with his snaky mustache, snaky teeth, and his weird face, and I thought, I don't want to kiss this guy. There's no way I'm going to kiss this guy. So if I'm not kissing, I'm not going to even think of any of the other things that gay people do with each other. So sex is out.
Yeah.
But what about Putter Smith? What about him? He's hilarious. I looked at him and I thought, what fun to look at this guy. I'm seeing what I guess Guy Hamilton saw. It was fun to look at him. You know, he's goofing around. He must be hearing music or something. Maybe that's what all musicians are doing. They're hearing music all the time. So I'm looking at him and I thought, he's like a big giant toy. He is my toy. I punch the button in his side and I tell him what to do. He's my toy. That's a relationship. Then a guy comes up and says, Bruce, come over and pick out your scorpion. I went, oh my God. I'm Mr. Rich. I'm going to be holding a live scorpion in my bare hand.
Yeah.
I'm terrified. I don't want to be holding a live scorpion in my hand. Oh no. Then I said, wait a minute, you're a big show-off actor. You love getting attention. You're going to be the only guy on the set with a scorpion. You got a scorpion, and nobody else does. You got a toy, and you got a scorpion. You got a trick. A toy and a trick, and that was the character. And a few minutes, an hour later, I was on set, and I was doing terrific. And he laughs, and having a terrific fun time.
Yeah.
We shot for like 3 months in the States, a lot of it in Vegas and other parts around Hollywood. And then we went to London and we worked at the terrific studio there. And then some spots off into Europe and Frankfurt, Germany, and so forth and so on. So that, but before every scene, I would tell Guy what I wanted to do and how I would get laughs with it. And so Guy would always say, all right, show me. And I would show him, and then he would call over the DP, director of photography, who was an Australian dude, a fun guy, and he would say, now show him. And I would show him, and he would always go, yep. So in that Australian twang, that was terrific. And so everything that I came up with in that film was run through Guy, but they were my ideas. In fact, the funny last moment of thing when 007 does that rude thing and puts that ooh-ah up my yaha, it gives me the last great sexual moment of my goofy life, my character's goofy life, and just the biggest laugh in all of the films, and all of the Bond films. And I still think it is. One of the things about that film was the characters, Putter and I, Mr. Wint and Mr. Kidd, is probably the best part of the film.
Yeah.
And other good parts were the two ladies had their additional things that were excellent. But a lot of it came from a lot of awareness of years and years of how to get laughs, how to be funny, and what how do you key an audience into a laugh. So a lot of that went into the making in Diamonds Are Forever. So any other questions?
Yes. So, so what was it like working with Sean Connery?
Sean was terrific, a terrific pro, and he, to me, will always be the James Bond. But the thing is that he didn't know me, and the first scene I had with Sean was going to be at like 2:30 in the morning when Putter and I are lifting him into the trunk of a car, where we're going to lifting him out of the trunk of a car, and then we were going to drop him into a pipe and bury him alive out in the desert. Yeah. And it was like 4:30 in the morning, and all the stand-ins were done. So for the crew to light, we had to. I was like chest to chest with Sean. Putter's holding his feet, and we're going to dump him into the car, but we're in this position for the crew to be setting up lighting for quite a bit. And I like to make a lot of jokes when I'm on the set. So when we were shooting that scene where Putter and I had just blown up a helicopter earlier, and we walk off into the sunset holding hands. And by the way, that was cut out of the first showing of it on television. Right. The hand-holding sequence was considered way too bold for television.
Yeah, yes.
5 years after, I believe it was 5 years after the first release of Diamonds.
Yeah.
And I remember when we were doing that thing when Guy Hamilton said, "Okay, that's a cut," and we had been walking off hand in hand, and I yelled out loud to make the crew laugh, "You're blushing," which Putter was. And the whole crew laughed, and that's me trying to make jokes and make the crew laugh, because I think the crew is fun, and I love the crew, and I like to associate with them and to get good advice from them and to slap them up behind the head when they annoy me. At any rate, when we were out there in the desert with the first scene, and I'm chest to chest with Sean Connery, Putter's holding his feet, And I thought I'd make a joke. I think I'll make Sean laugh. So I looked at him and I said, in this way, I think I'm getting emotionally involved. And I thought he'd laugh. But he didn't know. He didn't know if Potter and I were straight.
Yeah.
Thought we were gay. It had two straight guys playing gay guys. He didn't know that.
Yeah.
So he didn't laugh. I could see his Scottish brain going, oh my gosh, this little poof wants to put his hands on my stuff. And I thought, oh my God, he didn't get it. He didn't realize I was joking. I'd better tell him, Sean, no, that was a joke. But then I thought, and there's a kind of, well, logic behind it. So I'm like, he probably wouldn't believe me right now. And the hell with it. The hell with it. Let him worry. So for the first 3 months there in the States, Sean did scenes with me. And I even used to like flirt with women by reading their palms. One woman, I was reading her palm. She said, "We'll read Sean's palm." So I said, "Oh, okay, Sean, you want me to read one?" All right. So I'm holding his palm and reading his palm, and I'm looking at him, and he's looking at me, "You little lifty boy. I know what you want." So the whole time we were shooting in space, Sean thought I was gay and was after him. And it always made me laugh, but I never let him know that I was aware. Anyway, so finally one of our first scenes we're going to shoot is in Frankfurt, Germany. And when we were going to leave England, we were shooting at that terrific studio, Pinewood. I love that studio. I wish I were there right now. And Pinewood Studio, and they had a great cafeteria restaurant, really, which was a terrific place to watch other stars and, things happening in the thing. So we are going to be leaving for Germany, and this British actor says, "Oh, you must understand that when you get to Germany, that the Germans have no sense of humor." Really? He said, "How do you know?" He said, "Well, I took a course on German humor, and the German humor showed a guy on the back of a train platform and another German on the side of the train. They were waving at each other, and this train started up, and Fritz hits Hans. Ha ha! That's German humor." I said, "Oh, really?" So Potter and I are at a terrific restaurant, and some of the best food I had at a restaurant in Frankfurt. And I remember we were being driven from the restaurant by this beautiful German airline stewardess and a German driver, and they were speaking in English to be polite. And she said, "Oh, there was a terrible accident on the Autobahn. 6 people was killed." And Potter leaned over and he said, "Was that a joke?" He thought that was German humor. 6 people was killed. Anyway, so that same German airline stewardess accompanied us all the way to shooting, and we're doing the scene in an airplane. Potter and I behind Jill St. John and Sean. And then Guy said, "Get out of the plane, we'll light it, and you guys can come back in, we're ready to go." So when I got out of the plane, I saw that German airline stewardess, and she waved me over to a carriage car, and with 2 other German airline stewardess, all 3 beautiful. And I immediately went over and started flirting, even though, I'm married and my wife would kill me, but I love flirting with women. So I was flirting with these 3 beautiful German airline to the side, I felt this strange energy. I swear that I felt this energy before I heard this voice say, "You son of a bitch." And he said it again, and I looked over, and it was Sean waving his finger at me, scoldingly, "You son of a bitch." And he said it about 4 times as he walked over to the carriage park that we were on, and he continued flirting with the girls with me. So we had a great flirting session with the girls. Now, a couple of years after the film was out, I had a stuntman that was an acting student of mine. I knew he was going to be working on a film with Sean. And I said to him, "When you see Sean, I want you to do this. I want you to go up to Sean and say this, and say it like this. Say, Bruce Glover sends his love." So I saw him after he'd done that shoot with Sean, and I said, Did you see Sean and do that thing?" He said, "Yeah, I did." I said, how did he react?" He said he laughed, and then he said, "Tell that crazy son of a bitch hello from Big." So that was my last conversation with Sean Connery. Thank you, Sean. I'm a crazy son of a bitch. And hello back to you. So I love Sean, and I love working with him. And the film was an incredible, great advantage and great opportunity. Not a lot of films are. Most films are, unlike Chinatown or the first Walking Tall film or a film like Hard Time. All these films were great opportunities.
Yeah.
There are other films which weren't great opportunities, but I knew how to make them better, and I would improvise stuff and would make up lines that weren't in the script, and I wouldn't bother discussing it with the director or the producer. I would just throw it in when the camera was rolling. And that's the way I approach acting. And I suppose I might do another acting role someday, but right now I'm working on my art book, and apparently I'm getting good reviews for this approximation of their deadly manner, which is right now being shown in Paris. And life is full of energy and fun, even though I lost my dear wife about 5 years ago now. I miss her every day. But Christmas still, we're still going to do some projects together. We'll see. I'm writing, I'm painting, and I'm doing my art book, and that's what I'm about right now.
Oh, that's wonderful.
So, what else can I tell you?
Well, I was wondering if you had any memories of Jill St. John.
Jill was, I would be in makeup rooms with her. Jill was, she would tell stories and stuff, and you would politely laugh and stuff. I remember she said I had seen Fiddler on the Roof, and I had mentioned that to her. She said, "Oh, I saw Fiddler." And then when I, at one point in the play, I jumped up from my seat in the audience, and I screamed out at the actors on the stage, "You must fight them. You must fight them." And I said, "Did you actually do that?" She said, "Yes." And I said, "How did they react?" She said, "Well, they went on with the play." And I went, "Yeah." So I don't know why Joe did that, but tell her don't do it again. But, she's a likable person. She was good to work with on the set, and certainly was beautiful. And she was one of the funniest of all the Bond girls, really. She had a good sense of humor about her. So, I liked Jill a lot. I thought she was terrific in the role. And again, humor. She brought a lot of humor to the role.
Yes, she did indeed. I was wondering about the producers, Harry Saltzman and Cubby Broccoli. What were they like? How were they different? How were they similar?
Two producers?
Yeah.
Well, enjoyable and fun. And he was also, he was a gambler. And I know when we were in Vegas, lost him lose, I don't know, like $20,000, and he walked away laughing.
Right.
So he had a great affability. Salzburg was kind of just distant, and if you tried to talk to him, he would be very short and quick with it. And I remember asking him how, because I hadn't seen any brushes or anything, and I didn't know how he was doing it. But I didn't know how good I was in the thing until quite a bit later. Originally released in London, they didn't realize how important Mr. Whitney and Mr. Kidd were to the goodness of that film.
Yeah.
So they didn't bring us back to England. I hadn't seen the film. I was brought back, and they should have, but we all learned. But in the long run, I finally saw it at a theater near UCLA. And, I came out of the thing, and I realized how funny I was and how good I was. It was terrific piece of work that I've done. So I don't know ahead of time what I've done. I only know when I see it later. That's one of the advantages of film over theater. Theater, you use the audience to figure out how good you are. And in film, you get to see yourself and see how good you are.
Yeah.
Whether you did the right thing. So, I'm a lucky man that I got to do both at film and theater before that, which prepared me for anything.
Yeah. Did you have much input in terms of your character's costume? Because at the end scene, you have a lovely medallion that you're wearing and with your suit. And did that come from you, or did that come from the costume department?
Oh, they bought me all kinds of clothes. In fact, there is one story about ties in with me and Guy Hamilton. They had a suit scene, and there was a scene where Mr. Wint is dialing what music is going to be played when we are going to cremate Sean Connery. And they've got an insert of a shot of Mr. Wint's hand hitting the dialing buttons. And the suit that I'm wearing was a suit that I would get to keep if I didn't leave it in England.
Yeah.
Remember, a wardrobe person, because I've been promised all of the wardrobe. And the wardrobe person in the States said, don't leave any of your stuff in England or you'll never see it again.
Right.
So when we were going to shoot this scene, Guy said to the director of photography, yeah, I think we'll just do this as an insert later. And I went, Guy, I could see that I was going to lose that suit if they didn't shoot my hand wearing that thing. And I said, Guy, I think I can get a laugh with this shot. He went, oh, really? Yes. He said, well, show me. And I showed him. And I did some wiggly things with my fingers when I was punching the buttons, which did get a laugh when it was included in the film. I showed it to the Aussie director of photography also, and he also did alley-up. So my hand is the hand in the film, and I get to keep the suit. Still, it's one of the suits I still have. So if anyone wants to make a bid on it, send me lots of money. I've got the suit hanging in one of my closets here.
Well, I'm sure it would fetch a lot of money. Definitely, it's
hopefully million and a half.
Certainly a lot. I think that's a precious item to have. Do you find that you're able to keep lots of things from projects that you do, or is it quite rare to have those kind of mementos?
Well, sometimes you do, and then sometimes you don't. I remember I thought I had been given a pair of shoes by a wardrobe guy in a film, and I took them home with me. And he then declared to the producer that I had stolen them.
Right.
And the producer producer stopped me from getting any work at Universal Studio from then on.
Wow.
And I was never able to fix that lie. I did see that wardrobe guy later, and I said, "Oh, hey, I still have those terrific shoes that you gave me." And he looked embarrassed, and he said, "So you want to work on whatever the show was that I'd done?" It was a sci-fi film.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I went, yeah, I do. And he realized that he had really done a terrible thing. But that's the business. You know, there are people that do dumb things. There are people that consciously do evil things. This wardrobe guy did something stupid that affected me very badly. But, you know, I'm a tough dude, and I don't worry about it. I just keep on going, and I manage to, you know, have buy property and keep it in the long run. If anyone of you out there wants to invest in it, it's got a term that starts with real, R-E-A-L, estate, real estate. Buy a graveyard plot. Even that is going to be worth more in the future.
Yes, that's right. Did you go on the press tour for Diamonds Are Forever, and do you have any highlights of that and people's reaction to your character and interviews, that sort of thing?
To who?
Oh, did you go on the press tour for Diamonds Are Forever? Did you?
No, they didn't. They weren't smart enough to realize that Mr. Whitney and Mr. Kidd were helpful to the film.
Right.
Part of the film.
Yeah.
My not humble opinion, that Whit and Kidd are the funniest and the best part of the whole film.
Yeah.
Other stuff is clumsy. And the guy who wrote those two characters what's his name?
Oh, Mankiewicz, Tom Mankiewicz, yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Tom. He gave me a great opportunity, but another actor who doesn't have my insight and experience with gays and all that stuff might have done an entirely different thing with it. But thank you, Tom. I worked with him later. He directed me he cast me in a television show that he was directing.
Yeah.
Super guy. He's passed on now, and I'm sorry that his talent is. But sometimes you're gifted by great talents like that. The other writer, wrote all the other stuff that doesn't work that much in the film. So I've done lots of autograph events, but no, the Bond people didn't realize how important they were. In fact, I've been trying to get them to realize that they should cast Kristen, my son Glover, as the next 007. In fact, Sean Connery met him once, and he tapped him on the forehead at Pinewood, and he said, "This boy looks like a future 007.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Yeah.
So tell this, Cubby's daughter that she should look into putting Kristen in the role of Sean Connery's suggestion."
Yeah, I think it was a very interesting choice indeed to sort of go and it's difficult to know, isn't it, what they'll do and how they'll evolve because do you watch the more modern Bonds? Do you keep up to date with it all?
Well, I thought the last Bond was a good film. I'm not a big fan of the other Bond films, frankly. I mean, a variety of talents and actors and opportunities. I'm just, vigorously, my favorite Bond film was one I was in, and the first film that Connery did.
Yeah.
I liked that film originally. And then, but I think this recent Bond film was terrific, and that actor is a terrific actor.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so, to me, the closest thing to Sean that I've ever seen was this actor that just did this film and was now retiring from the Bond film. So tell him to get Crispin to play the Bond character. Crispin is a very strong actor, and he would come up with an unusual strong performance. And plus, they would pay him a lot of money, and I'd like to have my kid richer than I am. So.
Well, it's always a good bonus, isn't it? So yeah. How do you think the film holds up? Because obviously it's just gone 50 years of the film.
Simon?
Yeah, do you think
Well,
it's still?
the film is spotty. You know, there are fun things in it, things that are good, and the strongest solid thing in it is Winston Kidd. I think Jill St. John is very strong in her role. And she's funny and sexy at the same time. And Connery, of course, is always solid. The two ladies are both good in what they do, and that you're going to be talking to later. And you know, they add things, but there's other things that don't particularly pull together. So there's a spottiness to the film. And some of the spots are terrific, and some of them are not. And, again, I like Jill, and the humor that she had, she brought to it was terrific. So, and Connery, of course, is this solid pile of incredible acting talent, and he's powerful on screen anytime. And I'm glad to have been able to work with him, even though half of the time we worked together, I was after his stuff.
And is there anything you'd like to say to the fans watching? Just sort of perhaps just say hello to your fans.
Well, I love the fact that you guys are here listening to me all of this time and found what I'm saying, and I hopefully you'll look forward to seeing the film that Crispin and I put together. It's right now called Untitled Crispin Hellion Glover Film Project, and it will be eventually released. He plays 4 characters in it. I play 4 characters in it. And 3 of my characters are the older version of 3 of his characters. He looks a lot like me, and I look a lot like him. So we're good matches. So get out and see that movie and buy my book when it comes out. I'm going to be doing probably at least 2 books. I've got other screenplays that I'm working on. But I've got that art book, and it has paintings that go all the way back from stuff I did in Korea of women working in rice fields, and I did sketches of when the war was going on of women wearing it. It looks like Vincent Van Gogh stuff. I've got other stuff that goes on to movie sets and helicopter crashes in movie sets, and that one of my paintings in movie sets are dangerous places, and they are. You have to be very careful because you never know what idiot is going to do something stupid. And I had just gotten out of this helicopter, and then it crashed behind me in a car right behind me just after I got out. They got me out of it so I could be safely not in the helicopter. So it's a dangerous world everywhere, but movie sets are a little more dangerous than anywhere else because there can be stupid things.
What was the title of the film?
The what?
What was the film that happened on? Do you remember?
I can't remember right now. I would have to go back and look through my IMDb Pro pages. If people will look me up on IMDb Pro, you will see a demo of lots of different work that I have done, and you'll see that every character I do is an entirely different character. There's stuff from Chinatown, there's stuff from Walking Tall, there's stuff from Diamonds Are Forever, there's stuff from Hard Times, lots of stuff. But look it up and look up my stuff, and you'll be able to figure out which one of the paintings where there's a helicopter crash. And I know that director did a stupid thing, a bus accident in England before he did that helicopter crash thing in painting that I did. So he was banned from working from England, but the Americans were stupid enough to let him work over there. So
dear. I just had you mentioned Pinewood Studios earlier, and it being a fantastic studio to work with. And I've interviewed a few people, and they've always said the same, that Pinewood is a wonderful place to work at. You mentioned, of course, the wonderful restaurant. What else made what else made Pinewood such a special place to work in?
Well, the restaurants, the women were waitresses dressed in a kind of costume, and they would pour you coffee and tea simultaneously. One hand they would have the tea, and the other hand they would have the drink. And they would go through parts of the restaurant, and there would be terrific tables laid out, and then there was a pub at one end, which the crews would all go into after the day's shooting. That's why they would never do overtime.
Yeah.
But anytime they were voted to do overtime, they would always say no, because they couldn't wait to get to the pub. But I remember I had done a Broadway show where I worked with Betty Davis, and one time she showed up at Pinewood Studios, and I went over and talked to her, but I think she wasn't happy that I went over and talked to her, because I had been the few people that had gone to her go away party, because my wife wasn't allowed to come. It was my one night off of stuff to do. Anyway, I went over and greeted Betty Davis, and she was, as usual, kind of grumpy and nasty towards me. Roger Moore was always a great event. Roger Moore, who is the saint in my way of opinion, he's the one that said my moment, the final moment of Bond film, was the funniest Bond moment of all the films. So thank you, Roger. Roger Moore would arrive with whichever beautiful sunlit lady that he was with, and he was like a sun like himself. The two of them would enter the restaurant, and it would be like literally a sun. They had landed and glowed, and the woman and he would glow, sending off rays of great energy.
Yeah.
It was always a great event. I never met him in person, but I would be like 6 tables away and just admire the incredible alignment of this superhero, godlike creature landing in the restaurant. So thank you, sir. Sir, it was terrific watching you come in, all those things like that. And also, thank you for your comment on my funny moment in the Bond film.
Yeah.
Sir Roger Moore.
Yeah. And this is something that I always get asked at these events I do, is that what's your favorite project other than Diamonds Are Forever, of course, in your career, the one that you're most proud of?
Well, I can only say all of them. All of them. I mean, I can look and see that some are more successful and have higher quality, but the worst film I was ever in was great.
Yes.
Great fun to be in. I remember doing one film which, I made up a whole bunch of dialogue that the character was, we were playing a bunch of wood creatures. It was a Hunter's Blood was the name of that film. And this was one of those films where the director wasn't too swift and whatever. So I remember they had a scene where I was playing a character named One Eye. And these guys were backwoodsmen, and they would like kill people and eat them. And they were like cannibals, and they'd eat deers and stuff like that. And the movie's about a bunch of dumb hunters who arrive in their territory, and they're being attacked by these backwoods creatures. And they had a terrific shot set up where my character One Eye was at the top of a hill and came down this hill, and then to the bottom of the hill there was like a kind of a runway of like a dried up screen area that went under a tree trunk and then went on of my gang. And the scene started out with my character up the top of the hill. And there was no dialogue written. And I saw how terrific this shot was and how long it was going to take to shoot the scene. And so they said, okay, camera's rolling, action. And I said, is sound rolling? They said, why? I said, because I'm going to say stuff. And they said, what are you going to say? And I said, you'll find out. And I said, action. So I started coming down the hill, which was a terrific shot. And then I got down to the bottom and I said, where are you, Hody? Where are you, Hody? I'm going to find you. You fall down, boy. You get up on your get-alongs or I'm going to whomp you. I'm going to whomp you anyway. You fall. And I said a whole bunch of stuff like that, all kind of backwoods slangy stuff. And then finally I crawled under the tree trunk and found his body. And I grabbed his hand and I held his hand and I started crying and I'm yelling, and I'm like crying. And then I thought, well, how the hell am I get out of this? And then finally I just screamed out, yeah! And they used that sound to show the guy who had killed him running off into the trees. And the producer came running up to me after the shot and he said, you just made this into the greatest movie ever. And I didn't make it into the greatest movie ever, but it was a terrific scene. And I made it all happen just on my own.
Yeah.
Making up stuff. I remember like there was another shot where they were flashing for one-liners and the director said, and the director gave me some stupid line. And when the camera came on to me, I just yelled, I want my hands on his flesh. And, these are all stuff that you don't listen to people that just are fumbling around and doing their stuff, just make it all happen. So take a chance, but taking a chance doesn't always work. Sometimes it gets you fired, sometimes it gets you not hired, and but sometimes people realize that you got something better. So any of you people out there who are going to be actors, look for the book on acting that I'm going to be writing.
Okay.
And, I still do online acting classes. I'm not doing classes in person right now. Not with all this endemic stuff going. And eventually, I might do some in-person privates. But look me up on IMDb Pro and look me up on Facebook, and you can find how to get in touch with me.
Yeah.
So, lots of fun.
Lovely. I'm sure people will love to do that. That's fantastic. Well, I want to thank you, Bruce, for spending so much time talking about your wonderful career in Dames of Fair in particular. And I'm sure everybody has enjoyed hearing your wonderful comments.
Thank you very much. I can't stop talking. That's one of my Bachelor of Arts in Science. My Bachelor of Science in Speech is still an affliction. So thank you for recognizing my affliction as a gift. Thank you very much. Thank you, my friend. Thank you very much.
Okay. Goodbye. Take care. Bye.
Oh, okay.
Hi.
Okay? I don't like the light. Something's with this light. You know what? I'm going to move over.
Okay. So the first thing I wanted to ask you, Trina, I wanted to know, and I'm sure the fans will want to know as well, how you got into show business first of all, so that there's initial steps.
Well, actually, I started out as a dancer, and in New York, and I was in companies, different dance companies. My first kind of big professional show was with the Catherine Dunham Company in New York at the Apollo Theater. I was a junior in high school when I was going to high school of performing arts in the dance department, and some people might know the choreographer, iconic choreographer, also Martha Graham. So I was trained, that was my major, Graham. But what the Dunham, Catherine Dunham had her school on 42nd and 9th Avenue. So after school, because my performing arts or PA was located at 46th and Broadway in New York, Manhattan. And so I would walk up to the Dunham School when I was like a junior in high school and take classes from her. I had already danced African when I was like 10, 11 years old with Olo Tunji's company in Harlem in New York. So I had the African, training in me, young, of course, ballet way before that when I was young at Brooklyn Academy of Music. And then, I had the Graham training. And then now I'm going to the Dunham School, which she combined the Haitian, African, Dunham, even ballet and modern, all in her Catherine Dunham technique.
Yes.
She created it as when she was living in Haiti with the peoples of Haiti. And so she created her technique through, with the base of being the Haitian and combining all the other, techniques with that. And so she asked me if I would like to do the concert, which would have been the last performance of her original company. She started her company in the 30s, mid 30s, and toured most of Europe and the Far East and African countries. And so I was actually 15 at the time, and so that was the last time that they performed in the United States. Then that was in 1964. And so that was and I was being 15, I was like almost in my last year of high school.
Yeah.
So, so that was basically the first big performance. I did a piece called Shango, her very famous piece, Shango, which is ritual and dance. And it's about 25 minutes, at least 25 minutes long. And also one little piece, Cuban piece, trio piece. And that was basically my real first dance, big, professional concert work. And then I had done other things off Broadway. But as far as, like I was saying, my first, that was with the Dunham Company. The Dunham Company then went to Europe. And when I graduated from PA, I joined them in 1965 as her lead dancer. And so I was there a year with the company. That was the last time, well, when we did it in Apollo, that was the last time the company was even performing in the States. And then in 66, that she moved her school to East St. Louis. But then after I came back with Dunham, after a year, I joined the Donnie McHale's company. We went on tour. Before that, when I was in Europe, after we closed, Vinette Carroll, who was my drama teacher in performing arts, and later on was the director, the first Black female director in Los Angeles to direct the Broadway play Your Arms Too Short to Box with God. And so she did a play called The Prodigal Son. The Prodigal Son I did as a dancer in my senior year in PA, in the Off-Broadway theater in New York. So when they were in Europe, she asked my father, because I wasn't 18 yet, so I had to, he had to sign for the contract. I joined the Prodigal Son tour for about a month before I came back to New York. And so that was another, performance, a professional thing that I was, building in my career. And like I said, when we came back, I joined Donnie McHale's company. And then when I came back from, that was a few months, I joined Talibides company. Anna Sokolo, who was one of the main dancers in the Graham's company. And then I did a couple Broadway shows and all that. And Donnie was doing Donnie McHale was doing a play. I mean, a play. We did Emperor Jones with James Earl Jones on tour also. So he was doing choreographing the Great White Hope movie with James Earl Jones. So Donnie wanted to know if I wanted to come to LA to do the movie, and a few other dancers in his company and others that he knew. And that's what actually brought me to Los Angeles. And I started my own show. My father, you may know that my father was the lead tenor sax man in Cab Calloway's band. And before that, Jimmy Lunsford, and his first band was Scott Joplin. So I was so honored to be, have music, him teach me so much about music. And then of course, I'd go with him when he was rehearsing with the band and all that. I learned a lot about that. But back when I went to LA, I thought I'd start after I did the movie, I would do my own show, my own first solo show. So I put, because I knew classical music and I sang, of course, and I put classical and Broadway and some pop together. And my first act was at the Ye Little Club in Beverly Hills, which is not there anymore. But that, and it was actually a club for about 3 musicians and you the singer. But it was many very well-known artists performed there. From there, the lady I was working with, manager, she invited a lot of agents. So I ended up signing with Agency for the Performing Arts, APA, who has actually a office in London too, New York, Chicago, and Los Angeles, Beverly Hills. So I signed with them, and that is the agency that, where I, they called me, my agent called me because he really knew the people that was involved with the Bond franchise, Sir Broccoli and Sir Hamilton, and his wife, Sir Broccoli's wife, and so all of them were there for my interview. When Marty called me and asked me if I knew karate, and I'm going back, and why I always mention Miss Dunham, is because she taught me karate. She taught me, that was one of her classes, was the Haitian karate, which is La Agia. And so, of course, he knew I danced, but he didn't know if I knew karate. And they wanted karate. They wanted that character to have, of course, dance training, but also, to have that karate, because he had to, beat up Sean 007.
Yeah.
So so I had that, and so I was called in for oral interview, and my earring. Then the next one was a screen test. And then he called back and said they want you to come in and do some movement. I said, okay. So that is basically how I got the role of Thumper in Diamonds Are Forever. And because of that too, a lot of other things came about, for me. And of course, with the agency, I did a lot of TV, shows, variety shows. There were a lot of variety shows back then, 70s, 80s, in 80s. And so that was part, that's way I got into show business.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
That's a quarter of it. The first part.
Oh yeah. One of the interesting credits I saw on your CV was an episode of Night Gallery. It had David McCullum and Orson Welles narrating, and that was, of course, roughly about the same time as.
Yes. Yeah, that was through my agent, of course. Yeah.
Yeah.
They were, and they are. They just wonderful people. Well, none of my agents are alive now, but in any of the facility, of the offices,
Right.
London, Chicago, all of them.
Oh,
But they were all so very nice. Yeah.
Yeah. Was it quite did you have to wait long to hear that you got the role in Diamonds? Was it a long process, or?
No, it really the longest process was the I'm sounding like you process. But I love the English not American. Well, that's probably the best way to say it, process, right?
Yeah.
No, we say process.
Yeah. So
anyway, the process was, the first part. So it was like a week in between each audition. The interview first, and then maybe the next week was the screen test, and then a week after that or so. So it was like maybe a 3-week thing, 2.5 weeks. They would want me to for me to get the role. Yeah. Be told I had the role.
And did they do any special training with you? Did you have much to do with the stunt people in terms of the movements of the scenes, or was it?
Oh, when we arrived on this, the set at the Elrod House in Palm Springs, I was just working with Bob Simmons,
yes,
the stunt man, for maybe a few days.
Yeah.
And we went from the first, the very first scene until we went like really mechanically into the very end what I would do. So Bambi wasn't there yet, the character Bambi, because he wanted to start with me first.
Right.
Yeah. And then he worked with Bambi. And I was kind of off a little bit, maybe a day or so while he was working with Bambi. And then we both get together.
Did you find Bob Simmons was a good instructor? Was he quite patient? What kind of man was
he? Quite patient. And he was so, because he said to he said, excuse me. He said to me that he said, I'm not a dancer, I'm a stunt man. So you show me different things, but of course he knew what Sir Broccoli wanted and what Sir Hamilton wanted, and I mean, of course I did through the script, but he definitely knew what the directions that we would go through the scene. So I showed him different things, like the scene where I do the kick and the fall and the split and the turn, and then the kick to 007. I was showing him that because he said that they wanted something, in that area. So I did a few things, and that's what they went with. Yeah. So I was, to me, since I had done a lot, I've done a lot of concert work, dancing, and all that. I've got a lot of pop-ups here and taken off. Hope you can see them.
Oh, no, I can't see anything apart from you.
Yes. Again, this, it's the older computer, laptop. So I felt real easy with him, because being a dancer and being a soloist in a lot of the companies, you work with the choreographer and say, okay, let's try it this way, that way, and that I'm used to doing that. So that was very comfortable for me. I hadn't expected that as much, because I had done, excuse me, before that, my friend Marsha McBroom was in Beyond the Valley of the Dolls. And she asked me if I'd like to come in and do some stunt work. I'd never done stunt work before. She said, well, do that and be my stand-in for Beyond the Valley, right? And I said, well, okay. And this was actually about 2 weeks before I did Great White Hope. So everything sort of fell into place there. So that was really actually the first movie that, you know, when I was being on an actual set of a movie to see how those things go when I did Great White Hope. That was after I did Beyond the Valley of Dolls. So I'm saying Beyond was the first time. So that was like almost like a training for me to see how movie sets work and how, you know, that works. And of course, at that time, there was the big machines, the big cameras, it all were, you know, huge. So when I got on to the set, which was we did the whole scene, of course, in the Elrod House, which was a little different than what I did in Great White Hope, where we had different locations and big scenes because of, you know, in the big studios, because we had big dance scenes, the one that when James comes off of after he wins the fight, and we have a big dance scene. So that was a little different. So this was the first time I was in just one inside location. In a house, but it was very, very smooth, and both sirs were wonderful to work with. I'd never met them. Of course, they, you know, never met me, but it was like, you know, we knew. And with Sir Sean, he was very comfortable to work with. And he did a lot of his stunts. And then even at that time, a lot of actors did a little bit more than they would do now. Like, for instance, the pool scene, when we are really down in that water a long time. Today, we probably wouldn't be there. We would probably be out the water, and they would be, you know, stunt people down there, and then they would us to, you know, be up, because it was a long time. I mean, the CIA and all the other people come running in, and we're still down there, and they're talking, and I said, oh my gosh, I didn't realize I almost drowned. I didn't know I was gonna be there that long. I mean, I knew I was gonna be there, but when we first shot it, oh my gosh.
Probably a lot of takes as well too.
What's that?
Probably did a few takes as well too. So it's a lot of time in the water, and can be the most comfortable thing to do.
Yeah, but I was a little surprised because, like I said, of course we rehearsed it, but we didn't rehearse it actually, you know, that whole thing. They said, well, they were coming in, and they come in and they shoot them coming in, and then they shot them standing on the side. Those are two different shots, but for us to be down there completely, that whole scene when they're running in, that was So I guess they want a reality when we came up, because that was real.
Well, the
when we came out the water, rather.
Because your co-star in that scene was Lola Larson, who played Bambi. What was Lola like to work with?
Oh, well, very nice. Of course, again, I didn't know her, but she was very young. I think she was about 16 or so. And she was kind of quiet, because this was her first film and her last film, because she was a Olympic artist, you know, contestant at the time. And obviously that's what they wanted, for her to do, her character to do that, you know, to do all the things in the air, and I would say on the ground. But but she's good. You know, she was very nice to work with.
Because originally there was it was a stunt lady that had the role, Donna Garrett. If you kind of remember her, and then her disappearing.
She was there a couple of days after I was there, a few days, and but then It was about, I think maybe she was there maybe 2 days or so, and then Lola came in.
Do you think was it the chemistry between you two? Was it Donna's act? Was it? Do you know why they made the change?
No, I thought. I mean, of course, they didn't tell me anything. I didn't need to know. But my thinking was that Lola could do all those Olympic stunts, and Donna was an actress, good actress, and she was older. I mean, not older, like way older, but probably maybe 20 something, just like myself. But that's what I figured, that she wasn't. And what they wanted was more of the Olympic things.
Yeah.
That Lola could do.
Because I believe that there were some shots in the final sequence that are Donna here and there doing a couple of stunts, but I think for the majority it's Lola in the finished film.
Yeah. I wasn't there when they did because that was second unit does the stunt work. So I didn't. Some of the stunts, it wasn't that many though. We did practically every. I'm not gonna say which ones that were, but 1, 2 at the most. For me, for her, she didn't have any because she could do everything. Like I would say the dive into the pool.
Yeah.
I couldn't do that because first of all, I was SAG. She wasn't SAG. She was Taft-Hartley, which was you can do the one film without being in the union.
Right.
I was in the union, and there's no way I was going to dive over those real rocks. They hit my foot. Anything could happen.
Yeah. So it's partly union regulations, but also I imagine you didn't fancy diving into that pool any more than the union did.
Right. Even if I could dive, which I can't. Well, not well, but no, they wouldn't let me do that. Yeah. I didn't. Wouldn't let me. I wouldn't.
Yeah, it does look a bit precarious in the film, so I can understand that. Yeah.
Yeah. And you had to be a good, really good trained diver.
So how much of yourself could you bring to the role? Could you sort of inform the character, the dress, your that sort of thing?
Yeah. With the outfit, when we first went for costumes, they had a completely different type of thing for me. It was like a 2-piece, but it wasn't that color, and it was more material for the pant area and the top area. When we went, so what we did was we looked at different things, and when the costume lady first saw me, she said, "Oh, I think this will be better looking on you and more sexier." And so we picked out the 2-piece and the yellow, because that wasn't the color either of the original outfit that they had. And at that time, I was wearing you had the necklace, and then you had the well, there was the style of all the rings, and I had the other style was the waistband, gold waistband thing. So I had those, and I said, I said the earrings, I had, some earrings, big earrings, like I think it was loops I had, and I had this necklace, and I was telling her, I said, I had those things if you, you think they'd like that to, dress it up a little bit. And that's how we dressed it up.
Lovely. It's well known that this being Sean Connery's last film, he was a bit reluctant to come back to the role, and there were some issues with him and Harry Saltzman, the producer. From your point of view, did that affect how Sean was on set? Was he seem relaxed and happy with what he was doing?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, he showed no kind of reluctance or anything that I saw, and we had, and the photographer was there every day, and I have some very nice stills that I use when I do autograph shows of him. We just relaxing,
Because it
talking.
what was it, about a week or so that you were on set? To take about that long? Was it
2 weeks?
2 weeks.
About 2 weeks. Yeah. Oh yeah.
So that's a nice.
Yeah. Now it would maybe take a week, but then it's different. Different. Yeah, a little different because again, like I mentioned, the cameras were huge. You've got all these cords and things. They still had those a little, but not that it's not as much. And I believe too, the way things were done back then was, I feel with even filming was taking more time, doing a real like we did a lot of real things. Today, as I said, they would be more green screen, didn't have that then. More stunt people doing your work. And but yeah, there was a lot, like in Lana's, and she I'm pretty sure she would mention that when they had that when she was thrown into the pool and they had her in the cement.
Oh yes,
that was real.
Yeah,
she was actually there. And see, now they have this thing where they, you're not really in the water, but it looks like you're in the water, and that's not really cement. But yeah, so it's a little different. It's a little different. Actually, it's easier on the actors now. And I think the English films, I'm not saying this because you are, but I think that British English films, they take more time. They in a lot of what they're doing with the film, they in the story with the actors. It's a different type of directing. I mean, they really with at least that's the way I felt about when I working with Sir Hamilton and with Sir Broccoli, because I've done other films here in the States, so it's a little different.
Did you ever encounter Harry Saltzman? I imagine he wasn't much on the set at all.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I was wondering whether Harry Saltzman was ever around or on the set, or whether you met.
I didn't meet Harry Saltzman. No, I think he might have been in LA or England, but no, I just met Sir Broccoli.
And he was he quite a down to earth guy? Was he very amenable?
Yeah. All were. I mean, all were. I just felt comfortable. Because first of all, I had, I've done other films. I didn't know Sean Connery. I had never seen him. I didn't know who he was until I saw him on the set. Of course, at that time, you didn't have any the internet, and where you could go into Google and things like that to find out about actors. You couldn't do that. And I didn't really have that much chance to go to the library and see a film. So my agent, was telling me some things, but I didn't know. I didn't even tell him I didn't know who he was talking about. I had never seen a James Bond film, but I was very comfortable in the part. I was very comfortable with what I was doing. I felt that they respected and was comfortable with what I, how I was. And I just was like, I was in the theater, doing my rehearsals in theater, and only thing different that there were cameras in front of me. So working with in Broadway shows and off Broadway shows, you're working with actors, well-known actors, so it was no different for me to work with a known star that I didn't know anyway.
Well, I suppose it helped that you were not too familiar with the Bond films, or it kind of maybe relaxed you a bit, knowing the weight of the series you're getting into.
Yeah, well, because like I said, there was nothing in the previous Bond films that I would even. I mean, after I saw the Bond films, I said, "Oh, it was great," but I never saw any. So, and to me to see, after you asked me a question about the, seeing previous ones, and I'm thinking that, for instance, it was Dr. No, where I think they had a little fight in, and I think Thunderball, but that wouldn't have made a difference to me even if I had seen it before, because I knew I don't copy. I knew what my character was, and I knew what I had to do in that scene. So yeah, I did what I felt was the best for it, and with the agreement of the director, stuntman. Yeah.
When it came to director Guy Hamilton, did he take a lot of interest in the movement, or was he perhaps Bob Simmons do that? How was he kind of as a director?
Yes, very, like I say, very personable, very, very much so. Because and what Bob was saying, that he would come in and see what I was doing, of course, to see if that was specifically what he felt was good for the role.
Yeah.
And then Sir Hamilton, then Sir Broccoli came in and approved all of that. Yeah. And it was like, I remember kind of being like in a little huddle, like a little, what do you call a football huddle, let's see, would that work? Would that way? And, it was agreed on that everything was fine. I kind of remember doing maybe a little thing when I showed them, and Sir Hamilton would say, well, can you do this? Can you do that split? Can you do the turn? Yeah. Can you do? And I showed different things that I felt would be good, and he liked that.
Yeah.
He went there. I mean, because neither one of them were dancers or choreographers, but they knew what they liked, what they wanted.
Yeah. And did you then go to the premieres? Were you involved in the promotion of the film, and if so, was that a good experience?
Yeah, I did a promotion. Oh, what did I do? Was that one for that one? Oh, I didn't know. I'm thinking of the other one I did, a promotion. Dogtown Strutters I did, but the for Diamonds I went to the premiere in the Grauman's Chinese Theater in Los Angeles.
Yeah. And I suppose that was a good opportunity for you to meet a lot of the cast and crew that you wouldn't have been involved with on the film.
Right. Actually, but I didn't meet what was it? The one I'm working for, Willard White, the character.
Oh, Jimmy Dean.
Jimmy, yeah.
Yeah.
I never met him.
Yeah. Yeah, I did see a funny interview with him where he was saying that he always gets asked what it was like to work with you and Lola, and of course he has to say, I never met you. So I think he was a bit frustrated by that. But
I know, it was too sad that I never really met him. Doing two different days. He filmed after my scene. And a lot of people ask me too what was downstairs when they go down the stairs, and nothing. Now, since then, yes, the owner of the house has built a whole house down underneath, there where that door was there. You could go into, and people have rented that out in Palm Springs.
Oh yeah, I imagine for Bond fans, it's a wonderful place to visit, but of course, it was brand new, wasn't it? And it was still very much sort of.
Oh yeah, when I was doing the Palm Springs Follies, there were a lot of, because I knew the owner too, and there were a lot of parties, a lot of events, charity things there.
Yeah.
Diamonds Are Forever house.
Yes. Yeah, I bet. What did you think of? What did you think of the finished film when you saw it? Do you recall what it was like seeing not in your scenes but the film? Did you like the final product?
I did. I was very surprised, and my one surprise was when we, of course, when we start beating up 007, that here he's supposed to be, he's a good guy. And we get, and everyone is rooting. I guess maybe because we were ladies. I don't know. Yeah. But I was like, yeah, we're beating up 007 and they're cheering for us. And that still happens. That's what happened. That was surprising to me.
Yes, I can imagine. Did you get lots of fan mail at the time, and did you find that you were very popular with the audience?
Yeah. It was a different kind of character, and at that time, being the first Black female Flash villain, it's different, and it was very much surprising to people. There was some down things. What was it? What do they call it? When it was shown, I was told when it was shown to some real Southern places that scene was taken out. Yeah, and you're talking about 71.
Right.
Oh. Just out of the 60s. But still, but now it's all over. It's all over.
Oh yeah, I mean, I think at the time, as you say, perhaps when you were making it, you didn't perhaps realise the significance, but of course afterwards and of course now it's a very important part of the Bond history.
Well, I didn't, of course, because I'm being from New York, raised in New York. I worked as a dancer. I worked with all ethnicities. There was, very little, kind of a prejudice there. There was a little because when I first went to PA to take audition for performing arts, I went for ballet department because I was doing toe work at that time. I had started about 10, 11, and I wanted to go, for the ballet, major in ballet. And at that time, they weren't taking Black female ballet in PA. Which, we're in New York, and that was, still then. But now, of course, everybody. And the school, I think, moved to LaGuardia in 70s. But I took the audition in 61.
Yeah.
But we had ballet, of course. That was one of our, major classes. Ballet, we had ballet, modern, we had character, and then we had our guest teachers coming in. Or we had, as Graham would come, Bob Fosse, for character dance. I can't remember his name right now, but very well-known teachers, choreographers at that time would come in. So, but we still made history because Ben Vereen, who was in my class, Winston Hemsley, Jerry Grimes, those two are gone now, but they became very well-known choreographers. And Winston was a big choreographer in Las Vegas. We were given the first solos of Helen Tamaris' Negro Spirituals. In our senior year, I was given Swing Low, Sweet Chariot. And Helen Tamaris, if you don't know, was Martha Graham, was in Graham's original company back in the 40s.
Yeah.
And so she gave us three, her solos, which had never been seen by anyone. She was the only one who had done the solos. And I had the pleasure, because I was in New York about 3 weeks ago now, and I went to the library of the Performing Arts, and I was able to see it. I can't take it. I can't have a copy of it because it's in the archives, and you're not allowed a copy because I guess with other people in the film, and even if I was soloist, I don't think they can give it to you.
Oh,
But it was something to see us do that, to
mm,
see us do those spirituals
mm.
was rewarding.
Oh, yeah.
Because
Yeah.
of course, I had seen it once, and that was many years ago. But to see it again, yeah,
Mm.
it really felt good. Now, I was hoping that they had a change that we would be able to have it, because it was a solo, but it was a part of the same dance,
Ah, yes.
so with
Mm,
the other company,
mm.
the class members in it.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, I've had some wonderful, iconic teachers, black and white choreographers and directors that I've worked with that are
Mm.
all gone now, but I keep them in me.
Oh, yes. That's a.
And when I train, when I teach, I teach as they taught me,
Mm,
to from inside out. You tell the story of, if I'm choreographing, definitely you tell the story about what you're doing. What is it? Do you understand what this role is? Or what, you got to do that. And it's not just steps. When I teach the Dunham technique, which I still am,
mm.
I teach about Ms. D first. I teach her history,
Yeah.
tell the students her history. I show film about her, so you understand, the meaning of what you're doing first
Mm.
and
Yeah.
where it comes from.
Mm.
You just don't start steps without knowing the base of the history of it,
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
and that's how we were taught.
Mm. Yeah. It sounds a very
So,
good way to be taught as well.
mhm, mhm.
Did you find that the Bond opened a lot of doors for you? Did it in any respect restrict you? What was it kind of like after the film?
It's like a yes and no answer for
Yeah.
that. And you might find that same with how some others, Bond women might say, because
Mm.
we were somewhat, uh, what do you call it? Not idolized, but put in a kind of a category
Yeah.
that this is what you play.
Mm.
Especially, I have to say, especially for Black females, and around that time too. Um, can they see me in playing another type of character?
Yeah.
Always doesn't, and well, my kind of character anyway, my spirit, my acting type is always strong character anyway.
Mm.
But then there's always vulnerable things that I can bring forth. Not say I, but I as other actors too at that time, female actors. And sometimes they don't see that because you've had such a prominent role in
Mm.
this, and it's so adamant, and it's so worldwide. Can you do others?
Yeah.
And then there's times when someone admires you so much. I don't care if you can sing, dance, act. Yes, I want you in that show. This happened to me in the show I did called, it was the Snow Queen.
Mm.
I think it was the Snow Queen. Uh, oh, oh gosh, it was a Broadway show.
Mhm.
In well, like in LA, like off Broadway, but it was big theater, Los Angeles Civic Light Opera, and there was actually no Blacks in this. Bittersweet, that's what I was thinking. Bittersweet by
Mm.
Noel Coward. Noel Coward had never had never any Blacks, because he wrote in the 16th, 17th, 18th century, that when we were, slaves, or, in houses cleaning or whatever, so that kind of role. But this role that I went up for in Bittersweet was as a lady of the evening, but I also did a can number,
Mhm.
and but I was a principal. Now, the characters had, it was, of course, like I said, there was no character for a woman of color. I went up for it because I liked the role. It
Mm.
was a principal role, acting too. And when I went there, this wonderful, the director, she asked me to wait outside after I sang. And she said, she was asking me if I could speak French, which I could, because I was in France for a year and I learned French. And I'm part West Indian. My mother's West Indian, and she said, "Can you do the accent of a West Indian?" Because I couldn't play that I was from, just American, because that role wouldn't call for it. I had to be in England, and I still at that time, I had to be a foreigner, and so that's how she saw it. But to have someone think like that at that time was a little bit different. Most people, you go into each audition, what do they see? Either they know you're a Bond woman and they see, well, can she play, or see my color? Oh, can she play this? Yeah, unless you're doing a movie about the Holocaust, why not? I mean, depends. And so that's how I got into that. And the musical director was a big James Bond fan.
Wow. Yes.
So, and that's happened to me a couple of times. Not asking me if I could, speak French or German. I mean, not French or West Indian accent or African.
Yeah.
So, but it has happened, where someone has known me because they saw me and, wanted to know if I could sing, Yeah. I've always been able to sing since I was in high school. So, yeah, it's been fine now. I've been so many places all over the world. Been invited as either autograph shows or as, what do you call presenter, or a personal appearance speaking, which is good. I mean, I had not a clue this would be, keep it going on this long. I didn't even think about that because I was doing something I loved, and then it was the next thing I was doing. This is when I'm performing. I'm not thinking, oh, I'm the first. I had no idea. I didn't even know the Bond film. So how would I know if I was the first or not? Yeah. I found that out later when someone called me. In fact, a friend called. I remember that happened. I just saw the movie. And did you know you were first? No. I didn't. So, yeah. And they didn't even say that to me either. They didn't even say that. And I know in the British films, they've been kind of a little bit of ahead of us Americans too, in casting older characters, female characters, Black characters, and other ethnicities in their films and TV.
Yeah.
Way before we did. And that's why too, back in the 40s and 50s, a lot of entertainers went to Europe because the field was a little more open for them, starting with Josephine Baker. Yeah. Her being in the Folies Bergère, and and a lead character.
Do you think that America and Britain have kind of leveled up a little bit in terms of its diversity and?
Americans have come up a little. Yeah. I just saw in New York. I saw Richard III.
Oh, right.
At the Delacorte Theater, which I performed back in the 60s, late 60s, dancing with company, right? Yeah. I hadn't been there in years. Yeah, I'm reading the bio. I didn't quite understand the name, so I didn't know if it was a male. Thought it was a male. This was a Black female playing Richard III. She was wonderful. A young lady. I didn't know her name. And she did a lot of things, there in the city. Of course, I haven't been in New York for many years. She's done some films, of course, too. But then I said, oh, she was in that. So. But and then I'm seeing Richard III's wife. She's a handicap. She's in the wheelchair, literally in the wheelchair. She's an actor that's in the wheelchair. Rich Alago, I think his name, the character, his partner, it was Black. Different characters of Mexican. There was a midget. There was an Indian principal character. Not even, what's American name? Indian.
Yeah.
And I'm looking at this and I'm thinking back and when I was on, taking Broadway show, taking auditions, but why not?
Yes, I see. Yeah.
This was wonderful. And I'm telling you, it just was so wonderful to see. And when I went to see Macbeth, because Barbara left me some tickets to see Daniel Craig in Macbeth. Yes. Yeah, same thing. And he was wonderful. But I knew he was in theater way before he did movies.
Yes.
I knew that about him. And I had seen him in other movies too. So I did like him as an actor before he did Bond, played the character Bond. And his partner or his co-star was black male. His wife, Macbeth's wife, she was a mixture or something, but and then they had other Black characters. I said, this is great. This gives everybody work. Well, you can find, like I said, unless you're doing a specific thing, like I'm not going to go up for a movie or a play that's about the Holocaust. That's that's stupid. But 90-95% of things can be played by all characters.
That's one of the wonderful things is that we are seeing more of the shows like you're describing. And I saw Ian McKellen on stage last year. He's 80 and he was playing Hamlet, with, of course, as a character is supposed to be in his mid-20s, and they had a lot of they had Black characters, women playing the male parts, and vice versa. All kinds of cultures. It was lovely to sort of, because I think as an actor you should be able to play anything, because that's the nature of an actor, just to play a part, so it matters what age you are or otherwise, really. So and I think the Bond films have always been very good when it comes to casting and multicultural, and culminating, of course, in a female Black 007 in No Time to Die. So I think that was very interesting. I don't know what you sort of do you seen the newer Bond films? Do you like?
So of course I've seen all of them, and and I just it was when Naomi first received the role of the Moneypenny was fabulous. Well, before that I think was Casino, where she was playing the Bond woman. And then she's got the role of now of Moneypenny, and Lashana Lynch, and but going way back with the Bond franchise, Dr. No. It was a Black. He was a Jamaican character.
Yep.
That was 64, 60.
62. 62.
Yeah. 62. A main character was, and then my friend, oh gosh, isn't this terrible? Oh, in the name Bond lady that was in Thunderball, had the fight. Oh, gorgeous. What's her name? I think you know her too.
Was it Luciana? It was, and Thunderball. We had Martine Beswick. We had
Martine. That's what I'm talking about.
Martine,
yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, my girl.
Yeah, we were
gorgeous.
Yeah.
So I mean, they were open, a lot more open than we were here in the States, of, casting people.
Hmm.
But now, they've got younger casting people, more open to everything. You've got, that they, of course, with gay, LGBT, so added more to that. I can't remember.
Yeah.
But and well, that's what I used to, when I was, 10, 11, I worked with gays then. I knew about gays. There was one transgender that I met in 74. I had never met a trans before, but I had been to the shops where they sell different shoes and all for men and women. That was on Hollywood Boulevard, because my feet were always, well, not always, but they were wide too, and I had bunions because of my toe shoes that didn't fit. I had to wear size, smaller than my foot, and I got bunions. But my feet were, so I could, when I needed shoes, like fancy shoes, I would go to the store. I'm trying to think of the name of the store, but it's very famous back then. But then they would be, guys coming in to buy shoes there, and shows and all that. But this was nothing to me, and it still isn't, because everybody is to me, if you can dance, if you're respectable to me, I don't care what color or what you do or who you like, that doesn't make a difference to me. And I think, it shouldn't. And and people have realized that this isn't something that's an evil thing. This is how the person was born with. That's how they have, feelings of their system is not full. It wants it gears to being the other type, the other gender, from male. And that's where they actually feel, even and then, so you can't say, well, is something wrong with it? No, is there something wrong with you because you feel the way you feel? No. So anyway, but you come across that, and that's the same in casting any kind of ethnicity. You gotta look past that way a person's skin color is. You've got to see what that person can do. If that person is really right for that character, can he or she, to create what you need. And I think that's what's going on now, happening now, the last few years.
Oh yeah, I think it's a nice environment to be in. I think as actors, and it's much more welcoming and embracing than it obviously was. I did want to just touch on a couple of other your projects, if I may. You did a film called Downtown Strutters. Do you remember?
Downtown Strutters. Yeah, I did that in '76. It was released with co-star Roger. I'm thinking Roger Moore, Marja Mosley. Poor thing. Tragically, he passed just a few weeks ago.
Oh,
he was in a very bad accident, and he was he was in the coma he's in LA, and he passed a few days later. It was so sad, really, this whole thing. But yeah, he was also a co-star on, I don't know if you have it there, it was Magnum PI.
Oh yes. Oh yeah. Quite big over here. Yeah.
For many years. So, but he was, Downtown Strutters was fun.
I mean, it wasn't quite
sure. I don't know if you can see the picture over here.
Oh yes, I can see it. Yeah. Yes, nice one. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's upside down.
And of course you're carrying it's a bit different from Bond, because you're the lead character, so it must have been quite an experience to do that one.
I was the lead of this female motorcycle group. Yeah. That was fun.
Oh, good. And the mothers as well. Do you remember that one?
We did. we did that. It was the next year I filmed that in the Philippines. And that was Jeannie Bell, Roseanne Caton, Jane Kennedy, and myself were the four leads there in that film. They were, Jeannie Bell and Roseanne were like pirates, female pirates, and I was in this camp where I was being kidnapped. Jane Kennedy was like the love interest of the leader, the owner of this camp, where they would kidnap women, and sell them and have them work on the farms and things like that. And so we wanted, so when they kidnapped, when Jeannie and Roseanne were looking for Jeannie's sister, and that's how they got involved in the camp. They wanted to be kidnapped to be in the camp, and our thing was to escape, and that was the whole thing where we were escaping and fighting and all that. Plus, I was fighting, in my little karate and
stuff. When you became famous, but primarily when it started with the Bond films, did you find that you were getting recognized all the time? Did you welcome that fame? Was it difficult to suddenly walk down the street and people saying, "Oh, that's they shout up Thumper and all that sort of, what was it? Was it difficult?
That happened a lot, of course, a lot more in California and in New York. But in Palm Springs, because I was doing the Palm Springs Follies a lot, a long time, I would get stopped a lot about that, and people knowing that I was Thumper also. And but it was surprising at first when it first started. What's happening here? Okay. But it was rewarding. It was nice. But I don't take those things for, I am this or that. No. I just keep going because I was so blessed to even be here, to be born.
But
to have the talent that God gave me and my father and mother gave me. My mother, why I say being born too is because my mother passed when I was born. So I was a cesarean baby, and she had cancer, and I could have had cancer, but because I didn't come through the birth canal, I was, not susceptible to that as much. So I'm blessed to be here. That's why I've always felt that I should not beat up on my body. I never took drugs, never got into any drugs. I didn't drink at all, any liquor, still don't, never smoked. And I did that too, definitely the smoking and being healthy inside out, because my family, had my grandmother had cancer, mother, all my aunts. So I'm, when I really found out about that, I started after when we had my daughter, I started being had her naturally, no chemicals, no. And then I started being a vegetarian. That was 1970. By 1976, I was a full vegetarian, and I haven't had any meat, fish, or fowl in my body since. Right. And 2011, I started being a vegan, which I don't eat. I don't drink. I don't have any dairy. I don't eat dairy, and no preservatives as much as I can. But being a dancer, I've always felt that being what you eat is going to see on your body. You're going to see that. You're going to feel that through a lot of what you eat. Keep moving as much as you can. Like I said, I felt very good about my body. Some of the things, because I don't have a lot of protein, my doctor said, well, you should need to eat some eggs. Eggs, animal.
Can be a bit difficult.
So maybe once or so months, I have an egg or two. because I don't eat nuts. I do eat beans, but I don't eat beans all the time. So yeah, I have that. Protein drinks. I do a vegan protein drink, which is because protein drinks can be very fattening. So with vegan drinks, it's good. It's better.
Yeah. I
But
wanted to ask you about the conventions appearances, because I assume that you got to know a lot of your fellow Bond cast members through the conventions of Tay Mountain, Lana Wood. But with Bruce Glover, I believe you knew Bruce in a professional capacity. Did he work with you at some point, Bruce Glover?
Bruce, oh yeah, before I did the film, I was taking acting classes with Bruce. And again, I don't know how I, was told about his classes or whatever, but I started taking classes with him for a while. And then I remember something about me getting a job, a movie or something I had to do and I had to stop. But yeah, and I didn't even know he was in the film until I saw the film.
Yeah.
Oh, that was my acting teacher. Yeah, and I think he gave me a nice compliment too. He remembered me from being in the class, and that was really nice. Yeah, I like Bruce. He's great.
So I told Bruce that we were going to be chatting, and he's there just to say you don't need any acting lessons from him anymore. So he said, you've got all, so obviously his lessons. I take it were quite helpful to, so.
Yeah.
I think he said.
Don't forget it.
Yeah, I think he feels that you passed his course of.
I passed the course, even though I wasn't there to get my certificate. Yeah. And I've seen him once. I think I saw him in an autograph show we did.
Because people like Potter Smith, who played his sidekick, I don't think does too much.
He doesn't. Yeah, he doesn't do too much in that. But yeah, nice guy. Really, really nice guy. So I have really I've been very blessed, and I'm not saying that lightly. I'm truly blessed to be here, to be strong.
There was one thing I wanted to ask you about you on your CV, McCoy with Tony Curtis, whether that was pleasant.
That was nice. That was fun. That was fun. Again, I didn't know him before, and I played a couple of scenes. In fact, I've wanted to get that. I have not. I don't think I have that tape of that movie. That was a what do you call it? A pilot.
I'll have to look, because I think they only did about 6 episodes or something of that nature.
Yeah, wasn't many. Yeah, but I did the pilot, and I've wanted to see that. But I remember playing. I was part of he got a group together to be undercover for something, and I think I played a waitress or something else. Yeah, that was. I wanted to. It's funny you mentioned that too. I always wanted to see that.
Tony Curtis always had a reputation of being, on the one hand, very charming, very very likable, very amiable, but on the other hand, depending on what mood you called him in, he could be a bit more difficult. So you had the nicer side of him.
Again, I have not had any problems with any of co-stars or main actresses, actors, actresses. I can't remember any time I've had any problem.
Well, I must admit, I've been doing these sort of interviews for 18 months now with various cast and crew, and what makes me want to keep doing it is how lovely people are, such as yourself, and because you hear sometimes these nightmare stories of people with huge egos, or they're very much about themselves, but I think that they're the very rare exception. Everybody else seems, because it's a collaborative industry, people have to be nice in order to produce the work in the first place. So that's always been my experience as well, that everyone is really nice. So and I just wanted to ask, did you have any further highlights from your singing and dancing career that you wanted to mention that you haven't already?
Well, I didn't mention when I first danced with Sammy Davis Jr. Call him Mr. D. I
Yeah.
knew his last wife, Alto, way before I was a teenager. We lived in the same buildings in Harlem, the Riverton. So I knew her. She was a little bit older, but we knew each other through dancing, the dance world. And when I came back, well, I was with some company, and I came back, and she said, "Would what was my plans? Would I like to work with Mr. D in the Hollywood Palace show, because he hosts several Hollywood Palace shows at that time." And so I did, and the choreographer I knew who worked with him, Claude Thompson, he was one of the original Ailey dancers back in the 60s. So I knew them, so I didn't have to take an audition, because they knew me. So that was fun. I did a couple of shows with him, and then I also worked with did a scene, get his name, one of the Rat Pack. He did a movie with him. They called Salt and Pepper.
Not Dean Martin or
Not Dean. So
Dean Martin.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, because who do you have? You have Frank Sinatra, Dean Martin, Sammy Davis Jr.
He was.
Don't think Tony Bennett was part of. Yeah.
Oh my gosh! I can't get his name out. He was married to one of the Kennedy ladies.
Oh, I can't think of it.
Starts with S. Oh my gosh, this is awful. Anyway, we did a scene in Hollywood, a dance scene. I did one with him. I did a show with the him too. Stallmaster, the jockey. He's gone now. Of course, he was short, so they used like six of us tall women. But then I also worked with Sammy. I call him Mr. D. All the friends called him Mr. D. In his show at the Harris Tahoe. So I worked with him, and my first really big show was at the Thunderbird. I did the desert. Excuse me. I performed at the Desert Inn with a comedy duo named Davis and Reese, and I did that in '71. And then I did my own show at the Thunderbird. I opened for I'll get back to that too. But it was a Mr. Kelly's in Chicago, and that was my first big club. I opened there for Muddy Waters. So that was one of my few, first time performing, singing at a big event, a theater or a big club.
Yeah.
Trying to think of the lady. I've written. I don't know my names. I can't get through with my head right now. A lot of names are going around in my head and not coming together. But I'm, like I said, Muddy Waters I did that, and then I also went back to Vegas and did what was that other club? Was it Desert Inn, Thunderbird, and started with Frontier, not Frontier. What was the other? Because at that time there were maybe 5 or 6 clubs, big hotels at that time.
Yeah.
Now they're like 20, 30. And they've even torn down the desert inn now.
Yeah, a lot of because it was a big street chase in Diamonds Are Forever, and of course a lot of the buildings that they go past aren't there anymore. So it's, I mean, what was Las Vegas like back then compared to? It was completely different.
Oh my gosh, so much better too. Well, definitely the airport was like one level. For you, when you got off the airplane, you walked to the lobby where they had the different one-arm machines, and everything was it wasn't crowded. I mean, when I went back several years ago and I saw this airport after I hadn't been there for a while, what the heck? This is like a whole city.
Yeah.
So it was much different, much quieter. But when I went, I did a show. Gloria, Henry, Lana Wood, and myself were invited to this special car show. And they had these old vintage cars, and we were sitting on the back of the car and waving to the people and on both sides of the street there, I guess down the strip, and going there, seeing, I mean, hotels were like crunched up, right next to each other. Whoa, it was, I don't see how they get filled, I guess, but it's a whole lot of them now, whole lot. I mean, there's no spaces. There used to be spaces between hotels. Nah.
It sounds like obviously it's a much more glitzy, glamorous place, but it's perhaps a bit more superficial than it was perhaps pure in the 60s and 70s. Yeah.
Sorry, I was saying that as the world is, you had no cell phones or no things like that back then, before the late 90s or whatever. So, and so people actually, they had phones outside in the outside booth. So you go outside, or you had your home phone, and you really talked to them. There was no texting and things. You had to call somebody, you had to actually speak to someone. You had to go to their house or their apartment and talk to them. So now you don't have that communication, and people are not connected as well. And so I think that's the same thing as the outside social type of thing where, people, everything is just very technical, and not so personable as it was before. It's a lot more personable feelings and people than back then in the 70s, 80s, than it is now.
I mean, does that, when it comes to drama, so TV, stage, and film, do you find that the modern techniques and the cutting and the pace of things is much different? Do you?
Oh yeah, it's faster, of course, and the cameras can be like as big as maybe the new laptops, like this. They could be or smaller. How they're using it, so makes filming faster. And like I was saying before about sometimes it's good. I mean, technically, I guess for some people it's good money wise, but then maybe not so good in the filming, in the characters, in the communication with your director or producer or co-star. It's a faster movement type of thing, but they get a lot more out there.
I mean, there seems to be a lot less rehearsal time, and things are just a different sort of way of making things. The member of the Rat Pack you thinking about, was it Peter Lawford?
Thank you.
Yes, yeah. Just had a quick look.
I could get his name out to save my life. Yeah. It was Peter. Yeah, we had a scene with Peter, and then the jockey, his name I can't think of, but Mr. D's choreographer, Claude, he choreographed all of those. I knew him. And so I've really had some wonderful, wonderful times, still am having some wonderful periods in my life where I'm working with some great people, and I've been teaching the Dunham technique since 1970 from LA at the Soul Train Dance Studio and a few other studios there, and now just recently here in Atlanta, I've taught at the Spelman Spelman College, and so that's what I keep, just telling young people, and even older dancers in theater about all these wonderful people that I've worked with that are not here, and I think that people need to know their history, Black history, or history of theater before. I mean, not before too, but as you're learning about, as you're training, and that's the way we were trained. You got to learn about it. Learn about what came before you. What was before you. So you know, so that you know what you should do and how you could make it yourself better. And to not copy. And my father always said, be an example, be a good example, because you never know who's watching you. And I have had that done so many times in my lifetime, and always be respectable. But again, you never know who you're meeting. You never know who you're talking to. I've experienced that on the other side of people not knowing who, that I was Thumper talking to me, and said, you Thumper? So, be respectful. You never know who you're talking to. No.
Yeah, you never know what's going to lead to where, do you?
And you never know who you're going to meet later on in your lifetime that can help you or whatever, So I've always done that as much as possible. But, and I'm writing my autobiography, and I'm hopefully finished by the end of the year.
Oh, lovely.
To be out, and so all things, of course, little things that we've already talked about are in there, and names. I'm naming all the people I've worked with. Nothing is fictional. Nothing is fictional, and nothing is derogatory of anybody in my book. Everything is about, my life, teaching, performing, everything up till now.
Just to finish off our chat, I just wanted to ask you what your proudest achievement was in your career, or your favorite project of is something stands out at all?
Wow. I have to, what I've already spoke about is being in Miss Dunham's company as a dancer. I think started so many things for me, and when I did Prodigal Son, Callie Beatty was Miss Dunham's original dancer. He was choreographer. So meeting him and dancing in his company, his first original company, and then through having that strength of the Dunham technique to, and in learning karate and staying and keep training in that, to be called to do, to be the character of Thumper, which I had no idea would be anything like it was, still is. I think those two connections made a lot of things for me to grow with, grow on. And so I do, like I said, I have to give that credit. I give it credit to my agent. God bless that soul, especially Marty Klein, who was my agent and then became the president of the APA back in the 70s. I love them all, but they gave me so much, did so much to connect me with this wonderful franchise as the Bond franchise. Yeah.
And you work with some fantastic actors. You mentioned James Earl Jones earlier, and you can't get any better than James.
Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah.
He's,
and because I was with the Dunham Company, here in and then in Paris, Donnie knew that, Donnie McHale, and he's still, we're starting a company. My husband, then John Parks, he was, in fact, we met in high school. He was a senior and I was a sophomore, and he was with the Jose Limon's company. So Donnie asked us, would we like to be, be in his company and tour. We did an international tour also, as also as a U.S. tour. And so from these things, so I say the catalyst of it is, Miss Dunham. Miss Dunham taught me a lot. She taught me a lot. Drumming, karate, dance. I had ballet class. She had everything in her school.
I did want to just briefly ask you, you did something called Immortal Kiss, Queen of the Night, a vampire film. Was that fun?
Yeah, that was that was fun. I played a vampire, but I wasn't in the coffin. But anyway, and I didn't go into a coffin. I was in a house, and I stayed up in. I always stayed in, of course, even though it was kind of light. If you see it, there's light, but I don't go outside. But my thing was, I wanted someone to be my manservant for the next 100 years. And so I invited, she invited, I think it was 5 different males in very high places in their career, a model, athlete, some few other people that were well known, and I invited them over. But in the end, only one I picked. All the others, well, they were eliminated.
Fair enough.
I'll just say that. So, but it was fun. It was
good. Yeah.
And we did that way up in that, way out in Pacific Coast Highway, all the way up in the top of the mountain. There's a house, gorgeous, and a couple of people have filmed up there too. Yeah, but yeah, and the scene where you have to, even at just the house being up, but you walk up these stairs like in the what do you call it, the towers, all the way up the top. And then we had a scene we taped up there. Oh my gosh, I almost was dizzy. It was so high, standing up on that balcony. And we were in the kitchen area on a break. Yeah. And we thought, now there's the the Pacific Coast out in front there. And so we're thinking that was the water that we're seeing out in the sea, whatever. No, they were the clouds. No, that's we're in the same level as the clouds up here in the sky.
That's nice. Yeah.
Yeah, that was amazing. Yeah, because when we first driven up, I was first driven up there. I said, "Are we still driving up here?" It's been like 10 minutes and we're still going up.
So has that been the most interesting place to film? I take it that's probably.
Yeah, that was one of the most interesting places that I had filmed.
Yeah. I've seen James Earl Jones a couple of times on stage. Is he as kind and gentle and warm as he comes across?
Oh yes, we had such a great time. when I first did Emperor Jones, we did it in Brooklyn. I think it was at the Brooklyn Academy. We performed it, and we rehearsed, of course. But there was a scene that Donnie McHale did where we get the scene where you're going through the jungle and like a dance scene, and James was right next to me. We were doing like a rolling type of movement, and he was just loving the whole thing. He's not a dancer, but he was moving very well, you know. And we were all a lot smaller than we are now, but thinner. But he was fun to work with. And then of course we did the international tour, so we went to a few places where we actually just did the play. And then some of the countries we did just the dance concert.
Yeah.
So he was great to tour with. Yeah.
And we did mention it very briefly at the beginning, the episode Night Gallery that you did. Was that the first TV experience that you had, and does it jog in your memories?
Yeah. I had done no. Well, before that, I did some variety shows, but that was McCoy was the first acting.
The first acting. So when you were in something like that, it was more the dance.
Yeah, then I did that.
Kind of.
Yeah, I was thinking. Yeah, that was before that.
Yeah. Was it ever your ambition to do more film and TV work, or were you always wanting to go back to the stage and the singing and that sort of stuff?
No, I love the stage because I, raised on the stage. That was my first. But no, I love doing acting. Again, you have in the 70s where especially with the Black actors, we had a lot of films, and I don't call them Black exploitation because they weren't exploitation. They were just regular films, just like any other Caucasian films or any other films that were going on at that time. But we had a lot more. We had did a lot more, with principal roles, and that's kind of stopped, around to the 80s, and which I don't even know why, but it did. I can't even tell you reasons why. I mean, I had some thoughts I won't go into about, people not feeling that was the best roles for us, but there were roles. I mean, we weren't shucking and jiving and, not speaking I would say the King's English, but that happened. That was the turn of that century into the next.
And just a final thought, are you quite optimistic in terms of roles for different people, cultures, minorities? Do you think it's a bright future when it comes to the arts?
Yes, I do. A lot more, and I'm seeing, a lot more. Of course, a lot of actors, male and female, that I'm seeing a lot of films being done with lead roles. I don't know a lot of these actors because they're very young. But it's good. I'm good to see that. Personally, I do. As far as my age group, I wish there were a lot more casting for that. As they're casting the other roles. I mean, that's always been going on. Younger roles, of course, cast a lot more. But I hope that's more open also with us, because I've gone up for roles for 70s and up, and people don't think I'm that age, and so I don't get cast at that, but I am. I'll be 76 in December, but so I can, just because I played a Bond woman, or I played a karate, or I played a vampire, whatever, I can play other roles. And I can play those roles. I am what you call a actor. So, but you have to have, if it's not on the page, It's not on the stage, as people say. It has to be written. It has to be written more for older actors. And that's one of my things that I feel it hasn't really been done yet.
I think you're quite right that Hollywood and UK film and TV have always struggled with casting, but not so much older male actors, but it seems to be actresses that seem to
have
a problem really in terms of that equality there.
That's right. With actors, males, they can, it's a thing that I think people have to reach out and see. Well, yes, you are. Now, can you play this role? Yes, I can. I can still remember. I can still remember lines. So anyway, but that's the only thing I think has to be more considered, open.
Yeah. It'll be interesting to see how it develops, isn't it, in the future?
Yeah, has to start with production. Has to start with that.
Oh yeah, it's every facet, isn't it, all working together to create that outcome. Yeah. But very interesting to see what happens, and I just want to say thank you very much, Trina, for a wonderful conversation. It's been delightful.
Thank you. I've had a wonderful time too. You start asking me about that, history, and I just keep on going. My history, or Black history, or history of theater. Yes, that's definitely my subject.
Okay, yeah, because I'm a big theatre fan. I'm always going to the West End. I've only been Broadway once, but I'd like to go more. So
that's my thing that I haven't done is worked in England in theater or in movies. Worked with English producers, but not yet. And I told some friends, I said, now that I need to do that.
Well, that's the nice thing about having that Bond role on your CV. It helps open, those doors, I think. And I mean, I'm sure British audiences would love to see you tread the boards over here. Definitely.
Love to. I'd love to.
You do lots of one-woman shows and things like that, don't you? So is it? Sort of stuff?
I just did one 2 weeks ago. I did a mini James Bond show. They showed my scene, and then I did opened with Goldfinger, and I spoke a little bit, and ended with Diamond.
So that's something you could maybe transfer over to the UK, perhaps, to sort of.
Oh gosh, yeah.
Like a pre-packaged thing ready to go, sort of. Yeah.
I definitely have a show.
Oh, that would be be great if that could happen. We'll keep our fingers crossed on that one.
Oh, so talk to some people since I'm there already in March to see what we can do. It's worth
talking to some people possibly.
Yeah. Do you know Jane Crimden? You know Jane, right?
I don't think so. No, Jane
Crimden. Yeah, that actually was the first time she and her production company brought me over. When was that? 6, 7, somewhere around there. But she is a very, very good friend of Caroline Munro. Oh yeah, Caroline actually, besides Gloria, who I knew way before we did the Bond films. I didn't even know she was doing it either. I was doing other things. Because Gloria was modeling in New York with my husband, who's passed on now, because he was like one of the top Black models back in the 60s.
Right.
And so I met her, of course, in LA. We were in the organization Kwanzaa together, Black Females of Hollywood. Charity organization. So, and but we were, I didn't go. In fact, I'm thinking that she was the one that I think first told me about doing autograph shows.
Oh. Hmm.
back, I think it was in the 90s, I guess, later. But yeah, but we've been friends a long time. She just lost her husband to Philip, conductor. Yeah, I've known him. In fact, Philip knew of my father. He was a little bit younger
Hmm.
than my father. But because being in Cab's band and all that, he knew those people.
Yeah.
But yeah. But besides Gloria, Caroline was the first other bondwoman that I met. We did. I was invited to an autograph show in where was that? Massachusetts, I think it was.
Right.
Yeah, years ago. But yeah, yeah. But Caroline and I have done several shows together.
Yeah, I've never met Gloria, but I've met Caroline a few times.
Yeah.
She's great for the fans. She's very welcoming, and really great.
Very. Yeah. She is still so pretty. I just saw her when we were in Europe earlier this year. Yeah.
Well, I don't think Bond girls age really. They have these. You always seem to have these great genes, so you never seem to get old. So it's quite for the rest of us. Sure, but
I can't thank you, but I've seen that too with many of the Bond women. Yeah, just gorgeous.
So on a Blackman was never. She even in her early 90s, she 20 years younger, so
she was she looked fab. Yeah, I met her when I was in England, and then also I think it was in the States too, but I think I first met her in England. Yeah. She is so nice too, and you wouldn't even think that she was that age when I saw that. Oh, what she was? Yeah.
Yeah. She was lovely, and then you got people like Terence Mountain, who again is so great with his fans, and he's a bit like there's so many people with the Bond world. Terry makes you feel like you're the only person in the room. Important person in that moment, and I'm looking forward to seeing him next week. Yeah,
that's him. Yeah, say hello to him for me, okay?
Oh, I would indeed. Yeah. Okay, I'll let you go. Thank you very much for a wonderful talk.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Take care.
You too. All the best.
Bye.
Bye. Bye. So thank you, Terry, for taking part in this interview for our celebration of Diamonds Forever. It really is very much appreciated.
My pleasure. I'm so honoured to have the opportunity to do these things.
Oh, thank you. It's always a delight to talk to you. I think my viewers want to know a little bit about your background. So I wanted to start by asking you how you got into the film business. Did you always want to be in show business?
Yeah. From a very young age, I used to like Western cowboy films.
Right.
I used to like Tarzan, Johnny Weissmuller. And when I was growing up, and I thought, well, maybe one day I would like to do something like that. So over the years, I did my national service, 1955, 57, and I did most of my time in Malta, which I really enjoyed. I got to Malta in May of 55. I went straight into the Army swimming team. I went straight into the athletic team. And I became the Army heavyweight champion boxer. Came out of the Army. I did a variety of steeplejacking jobs and labouring jobs. And then I joined the Merchant Navy. I had 4.5 years. I went all over the world, which I really enjoyed. And then I did 2 seasons of Butland's holiday camp as a redcoat, as a pool guard. And during that time, I met a couple of guys that had done film extra work. And I said, well, I wouldn't mind doing that. So they gave me the address. And at the end of the season, I went to London and I joined the Film Artists Association. And would you believe they were looking for 400 extras for a film called The Hill with Sean Connery. So I had a week's work on that, And because I was looking young and fit, 28 years of age, short hair, they put me in the same scenes as Sean, which was a terrific boost to my ego. And then a few weeks later, I got introduced to the casting director at Associated British, and they were doing The Avengers, The Saint, Gideon's Way, and I got very well in with the casting director, Billy Hurley, and he used to put me in for all one-lines and semi-stunt work and semi-action stuff. And I got hold of a very good agent, a lady called Gabby Howard, and she used to put me in for everything. TVs, films, modeling, anything that she thought I was right for, she put me in. And I did very well with her. And I got a call. She said, Terry, she said, they're making Where Eagles Dare at MGM Studios. Go and see the director, Brian Hutton. There could be a part in it for you. And I said, yeah, sure. I went to MGM, saw the director, Brian Hutton, and he cast me as a radio officer with Clint Eastwood, and Clint Eastwood shoots me, if you know the film.
Yeah.
Which is, people keep pulling my leg all the time about, which they have done, and they like the film, and so do I. And then a couple of years later, I got a call from Gabby Howard. They were casting the new James Bond film on Her Majesty's Secret Service. So I went along, saw the casting director. They introduced me to Peter Hunt and Harry Saltzman. And a little bit of good luck came my way. They cast me as Raphael in On Her Majesty's Secret Service. Tremendous film to work in. Peter Hunt was great. George Lazenby was terrific. A fabulous 007. Diane Rigg, Telly Savalas, Gabrielle Fusetti. A tremendous bit of luck came my way. We did that film, it came out, and 2 years later, I got a call from Bob Simmons, the stunt arranger for Eon Films. And he said, Terry, he said, come to Pinewood, meet Guy Hamilton, there could be a part in this film for you. And I said, a part? He said, yeah. I said, what, Peter Franks? He said, no, that's been cast already. Joe Robinson's doing that. I said, well, Joe's a pal of mine. Wait until I see him. So he said, Terry, come up and we'll see what we can do for you. So I went out to Pinewood, saw a guy, and Bob said, Guy, he said, this is Terry Mountain I told you about. He did very well with Peter on the last film, and I think he's ideal for one of Blofeld's guards. So Guy said, Bob, he said, if you're happy with Terry, that's fine. So they cast me as one of Blofeld's guards. So we got on the set. The other guard was George Cooper, a very well-known stuntman, actor. He was in On Her Majesty's Secret Service. He did the fight in the bell tower.
Yes.
Okay, that was George Cooper. So anyway, we're on the set, and Guy called us both over, called George and called myself over. And he said, George, he said, say this after me. Hold it. Get your hands up. So George, a real cockney, hold it, get your hands up. He said, George, fine. He said, Terry, I want you to say, hold it, get your hands up, but I want to hear you. Shout at me, let me hear it. So I've got a voice like a foghorn. Hold it! Get your hands up. So a guy looked at me. The whole of the set stopped. You could have heard a pin drop. He said, Terry, he said, you're the guard that's going to say the line. So there we are. Unfortunately for me, 1972, Equity brought a new guild out, where you had to be gilded as a stuntman. You had to be insured by Equity to be a stuntman. Well, I had 8 years of playing one-lines and playing character parts, like On Her Majesty's Where Eagles Dare. I did 5 episodes of The Saint, I did The Baron. So I didn't want to be a stuntman anymore, I wanted to be an actor. So I didn't join the stunt guild. I did a couple of nice films and a couple of nice TV plays, but I should have carried on being a stuntman actor. I did make a living as an actor, but I would have done maybe as a stuntman actor.
Yeah.
So there we are. That's it. That's it. Anything else you'd like to say to me?
Oh yeah. I mean, that's a very good introduction to your career. You mentioned you were in the Navy for 4 years.
Yeah, 4.5 years in the Merchant Navy.
Was there any particular highlights of that were particularly
well, I went
interesting
all
for
over
you?
the world: Japan, Australia, New Zealand, Canada, South America, and I got a little bit of money saved. And when you've got a little bit of money at the back of you, you're independent.
Yeah. So it was a great way to see the world and mature.
And a little bit of money at the end of the voyage.
Yeah. And do you have any recollections of your time on the Saint with Roger Moore?
With Roger?
Yeah.
Yeah. I was. They gave me a part as a security guard. Security guard. So Roy Ward Baker, he said, "Terry, I want you to say this line." Okay, put the kettle on, we'll have some tea. Roy Ward Baker, a very well-known director.
Yeah.
So I did that, and then they phoned me again to play little bit parts, saying a few lines with Roger. I did 5 episodes of Roger, and would you believe I'm still getting repeats now?
Oh, good.
50 years on. Not much, but I'm still getting paid for it.
Well, it's marvellous that it continues to sort of be a part of your life like that.
MGM Studios, they did the Baron series, which I did 4 episodes of the Baron. The best parts I ever played were on the Baron series.
Right.
Storm Warning in the Island. And I worked with quite a few celebrity actors, which I really enjoyed. And still getting paid now.
Oh, wonderful.
Let me tell you a little story about the Baron.
Yeah.
I got paid £425 for the 4 weeks' work.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When I got the check, I went out and bought a new car, £390, a minivan. I mean, what a bit of good luck.
Very good.
A new car, 1966, £390.
Yeah.
Terrific memories. Yeah. And a bit of good luck as well.
Oh yeah.
And it's still being played. I've got the tape here.
Oh yeah, I did have a little look at your DVD shelf, and you've got on your books and gold.
Those books, they're hardback, first edition. They're worth £150 each.
Oh, I've got no doubt.
Hey, don't you dare!
I've
dare.
got a lot of them at home actually. I think the series and thing. We've got the same sort of taste in films, I think. I mean, but obviously your love of film has continued to this. Day. It's,
I'm still a James Bond fan. I thought Daniel Craig was tremendous.
Yeah.
I thought his skills as an actor, his physical movements, terrific 007. I must say, Sean was the best for me.
Yeah.
And George Lazenby was a good second. I thought George was tremendous.
Yeah.
And I'm only sorry he didn't carry on.
I think it was a lot of weight. He was obviously quite young at that time, and it was his first
29.
His first acting role, and to handle it as well as he did, I thought was very impressive.
Perfect. Perfect. And you know, that's 50 years ago, and we're still pals now. We still get on now, like you know, with Switzerland, Portugal. Yeah, terrific character.
Was there much difference between working on something like The Baron, Gideon's Way, or?
Oh yeah, a lot of difference. Yeah. On those television programs, they've got to get it in the can right away. So you have a line-up for the cameras, You have a rehearsal, then they shoot it.
Yeah.
And it's all about the leading men, not the supporting actors or not the bit part players. As long as they get it right with the leading, with Roger, with different people, Steve Forrest, that's all we're concerned about.
Yeah.
On film, they can have 3 or 4 takes where it suits everybody: the lighting, cameraman, director, the actors.
So it's a nicer experience, although there's probably a lot of waiting
Oh,
around.
films are better than TV.
Better than TV, yeah. And
but it's all work.
yeah.
That's what it's all about. It's all about getting work.
But it must have been quite, when you're working on a film, there must be a lot of time on your hands where you can, do you get, say on the Manchester Secret Service, did you get days off? What did you do between takes?
Yeah, we got days off. We had, can I tell you a little story about days off?
Oh yes, please, yes. Please.
Well, they gave us a couple of days off when we were in Piz Gloria because of the weather.
Yeah.
So what they did, they organised bus tours to go to Bern. So myself, Jeff Cheshire, George Leach, Chi-Chi, a couple of the stunt boys, were walking around Bern, having a drink here and a drink there. And the pickup was 4 to 4:30 at the Liger Hotel in Bern.
Yeah.
Or the Bern Hotel.
Yeah.
And it was freezing cold. So we went back to the hotel, and the waiter came over to me right away. He said, "Yes, sir, what can I get you?" I said, "Jeff, what are you going to have?" He said, "Terry, I'll have a large whiskey and a pot of tea." And I said, "I'll have a large cognac and black coffee." And the fire was, the logs were like that, and a huge fire. So we got round the fire, we're drinking away. I said, "Jeff," I said, "I'm going to have another drink." He said, "Yes, I think I will as well." So waiter came over, he brought me a large cognac, black coffee, Jeff Cheshire, scotch, tea. So 2 or 3 minutes later, he came up and put the bill on the table. So I picked it up. I said, "Jeff, look at this." He said, "He's charged me for everybody." So Jeff says, "You can't pay that." I said, "No, I can't, but I know that somebody is." So what I did, I put Irvin Allen, Chi-Chi. I put his name on the bill, put it down. Jeff said, "Terry, come on, let's get out of here quick before he finds out what's happening." I said, "Okay," we got outside. 2 days later, Chi-Chi, he said, "I want to see you." Irvin Allen, "I want to see you." I said, "What, you want to see me?" He said, "Yeah, I want to see you." He said, "That Bern Hotel." He said, "Somebody signed my name for the bill, and it was you." I said, "What are you talking about?" He said, "Well, I'll find out who it is." I said, "Well, didn't Eon Films pay the bill?"
Yeah.
He said, "I'll find out who it is."
Yeah.
"Irvin, it was me. I'll put my hand up. If you're watching, it was me." No, Chi-Chi was the big black boy.
Oh yes, he was. Yeah,
Irvin
yes.
Allen.
Oh yes, he was. Well, you worked for Draco like you did. Yes.
He was one of the henchmen.
Yeah, one of the henchmen. Yeah. So he was obviously had a good sense of humour and.
Well, not as good as mine, but there we are.
Yes. I was just thinking, because we both had a lovely opportunity of going on that 50th anniversary celebration in Portugal and Switzerland.
Well, he wasn't there. Chi-Chi wasn't.
Oh no, he wasn't, because I think all his stuff was. I think, did he do anything in Portugal? No, I think when he was back in the.
Well, the stick up in the hotel, the Rolls Royce, yeah.
But unfortunately, of course, he passed away, didn't he?
Passed away, yeah, and so did Jeff Cheshire.
Yeah.
Yeah, quite a while ago.
Yeah.
In fact, there's only George and I left out of the principals. Everybody else is gone.
Yes, it's quite sobering for that, isn't it, really? But,
yeah. And if I may say so, Diamonds Are Forever, there's only me left out of the British actors that worked in Diamonds Are Forever. A few Americans, but I'm the only British actor left.
Yeah. I mean, how does it feel to be associated with films that are getting on quite, 50, 60 years, and you still...
I can't believe my luck.
Yeah.
You're here. I've met you a couple of times, charming gentleman. You're here doing an interview with me, and I feel so lucky to have had the opportunity to work in a couple of Bond films. More than lucky.
Yeah.
And to think that 50 years ago we're still eating out on it and being invited to Pinewood Studios on the 28th of October for a reunion.
Yeah.
And great. I'm more than happy as an actor to have had the opportunity.
I think it's very healthy actually to, well, first of all, it's I think I would feel the same if I was in your position, but I think a lot of actors who were involved with Bonds sometimes wanted to distance themselves or perhaps didn't embrace it as much as you have. So to actually, you've gone along with the ride, haven't you, and really embraced it, which I think is fabulous.
It was the best work I ever did in films. In fact, I'm so lucky to have had the opportunity to work in 007 films. More than lucky.
Yeah.
Actors would love to do what I did. They would love to
yeah.
be associated with a Bond film.
Yeah.
I've got people that I've known over the years, trained actors. They would love to have waved a gun at 007 or firing gun, but they don't get the opportunity to do those parts.
Yeah. And do you like watching yourself on screen, or is it a bit, how do you feel about that?
I'd like to do it all over again.
Like to do, yeah.
Yeah, I'd like to do it again and put some more effort into it, which I did at the time. But as long as the director's happy with the shot, that's all that matters.
Yeah.
As long as you're in character and you do your bit, and the director and everybody else is happy, he's the one you've got to please.
Oh yeah, yeah. And did you find working with Peter Hunt to be a good experience?
Yeah, he was an actor's director. If there was something that he wanted to put into a scene, he would listen. He loved actors anyway. He loved the business. He had time for everybody. I got along very well with Peter. And a couple of years later, 4 or 5 years later, he did Marlowe Private Eye, and he put me in as one of the hitmen in Marlowe Private Eye. Tremendous. A week's work. £750. How bad?
Very nice. It's nice when they remember you and.
Well, I did phone him up and said, Peter, I hear you're doing Marlowe Private Eye. He said, Terry, leave it with me and I'll see what we can do for you.
Yeah.
So I got a call from the casting director, Leslie Pettit, very well known international casting, and they cast me as the hitman in Marlowe Private Eye. Tremendous part with Powers Booth. He died a few years ago, but he's very well.
Always a very
well
huge presence in his performances. Yeah.
And very good.
Yeah. It came off perhaps slightly. Well, I think everything I've seen Powers in, he has a tremendous presence. Does he have that in real life, and sort of is he sort of very in a good way?
Well, this I don't know about that. I didn't socialise with him or didn't see much of him. But Powers Booth, Marlowe Private Eye, they did 6 episodes. Tremendous.
And when you went on the 50th anniversary tour back to Portugal and Switzerland, was it quite strange going back to that? I assume you've probably been back a few times.
Going back 4 years ago when I met you in Portugal.
Yeah.
That was a treat. That was a treat. I mean, to be invited back and to stay at the Palacio Hotel, which we'd been there 50 years ago to do the Bond.
Yeah.
And George and I, we got on very well with all the staff, and they lapped us up. But what an event that was! I can remember you so well chatting on the field where we come back from the bull ring. I think it was. Was the bull ring?
It was, yes. Yeah, I remember that well. And one of the most memorable locations when we went on the Portugal part of the trip, perhaps the wrong reason, was the beach, and the sand just went into our. It gave it exfoliated us, didn't it? As we were on the beach and stuff. Was it as bad back in 60?
No, it was better. It was 69 when we did the fight scene.
Yeah.
But the sea was cold. It was very cold.
Yeah. Because I think on the film we don't quite get the sense of how exposed it is and how
Well,
to the
that
elements
scene
and
took
things.
5 days to film. It was 5 days.
Yeah.
And we got a call with George and I. They put us on standby. So we got a call, and they said that Peter wants to see us on the beach at 2:00 to do some more work, some more stock work for the fight scene. So George and we jumped into the Red Cougar. It was a toss-up between who drove, him or I, that Red Cougar down to the beach.
Yeah.
George won this particular day, so we're on the beach. So Peter said, fellas, he said, I want to put some more stock work into this. Let's see what you can do. Get in the sea and do a couple of moves for me. Do whatever you want to do, just put it in. So we got stripped off and got our rig on and went into the sea. And George is throwing right hands and I'm ducking, throwing over my shoulder. So Peter called us out. He wasn't happy with the cameras and wasn't happy with what we were doing, so he pulled us out of the sea. And George said to Peter, he said, Peter, look at Terry, he's blue. He said, can't you get a couple of stunt boys to do this? So Peter said, George, this is the opening scene. He said, you've got to do your own stunt work in this. He says, right now, I need some more stock.
Yeah.
So Peter and George went to see Cubby Broccoli, and they're having a little heated discussion between the three of them. So Peter called the prop man over, called him over. The prop man went away, and he came back with 2 bottles of Portuguese brandy. He said, George, 1 for you. Terry, 1 for you. Now go on, have a real good pull. Have a real good swag. So we did. Looked at each other. Peter said, that should warm you up. That'll warm you. One more. We had a drink. George looked at me, looked at him, started to laugh. He said, okay, you two, now go and get in the sea and let's see some action. So George looked at me, big laugh. We went in the sea and we did a little bit of work in the sea. Peter pulled us out. He said, that's perfect. Now, getting back to that scene, when you see it next time, there's a piece where George holds me underwater. Okay?
Yeah.
Now, that was filmed 3 months later in the studio.
Oh.
It wasn't right away in that scene. So that's filmmaking for you. That's filmmaking.
Yeah. I mean,
But a terrific scene.
Oh, yeah.
And so lucky as an actor to have done that scene.
I think it's such an iconic start to a Bond film, isn't it? So it's very different from the Connerys, so it sets George up very nicely, I think, as Bond.
Super.
You kind of alluded to the fact that George was, obviously he was very green when it came to the film business, so he was kind of learning it as he went, sort of thing. Did you find that? Well,
you know, he had some good people with him, acting with him. I mean, everybody was professional. I mean, everybody knew what they were doing. I mean, George Leach, the fighter ranger. I mean, George had a long time in the film industry, and myself as well. I mean, I was 32 years of age. I got a little bit of experience at the back of me, and I knew what to do and what to say. And I was an ex-army heavyweight champion boxer. I had the coordination. I have the style, the strength. So given the opportunity to have worked with George, I mean, it just happened. You know, it just happened. You throw a punch, I can get out of the way, and I can throw a punch back. And I was fit myself, 32 years of age.
Yeah.
Now, when we were doing that scene 4 years ago on the beach, all the American boys were all winding George up. And somebody said, come on, George, don't pussyfoot about. Let's see some real action. Let's see you and Terry do some. So I looked up, I said to this guy, I said, hey, I said, who are you? Who are you? I said, don't you worry about that. I could take him 50 years ago, and I can take him now if I want to. So George looked at me, smile on his face. He said, yeah, you want to try? I mean, that was repartee. I mean, the timing he had and the fun we had was tremendous. Tremendous.
Yeah.
We've been pals for 50 odd years now. We're still in contact. And I'm so lucky to have done, I'm so lucky to have had the opportunity.
Oh yeah.
And to meet you as well, meet you and your wife and family, and for you to come here from Exeter to do this podcast. I'm so lucky.
Oh yeah.
But I haven't given you the bill yet. But when I no, this is my pleasure. This is my pleasure.
Thank you. And you've obviously been very good in terms of engaging with the fan communities. You go to a lot of film and events, and it must be a joy to meet fans and share.
Oh yeah,
share that
I
interest
can't
and-
believe my luck when people want my autograph and they want me to sign a picture and want my picture taken with them.
Yeah.
And on some events we do charge for a photograph and for a signature. And I'm so lucky. And a lot of the time I give stuff away. I don't bother to. I'm well known for that.
Oh yeah.
Being generous and kind and doing things for. Like you later on, you probably want to sign some stuff for you.
Got a couple of things.
But that's okay.
Oh.
This is one of those things. This is the perks of the business.
In our first part, we did touch on your boxing career.
Career.
So that was in the army. How did you discover you had a talent for boxing?
Well, I was always a heavyweight, and there was always good heavyweights around.
Yeah.
And I did exceptionally well. I became an army champion. I became the Troops of Malta heavyweight champion.
Oh wow. Yeah. And how many? So you 4 years in the army. In 4 years, you were doing the
Merchant Navy.
the army, Navy. Sorry, yeah. So you were doing Did you do boxing after you left the Navy, or
that was it.
no?
No, that was it.
But,
No, I didn't. Why I didn't, I've no idea. But I just did what I did and enjoyed what I did.
did you ever get knocked out a bit?
No.
You were
Never got
always
knocked
on-
out. No.
Yeah.
I've got cups here. I'll show you later,
Oh, lovely.
which
Yeah.
I won
Yeah.
in the inside there.
I suppose one of those sports that is good to quit with your head, sort of thing, isn't it? And a 4 year stint sounds about perfect. Yeah.
Well, it was just that I boxed in the army. I put the shot in the army and shot pepper. But I've always tried to keep in good condition. I've always never abused myself.
Oh yeah.
Smoking, drinking, I've always been. Yeah, we've tried to dodge the bullet.
Oh yeah, that's all we can do, isn't it, to do our absolute best. You touched on some of the work that you would have done at Elstree Studios on The Saint and The Baron. Did you remember anything about your time on the Avengers? You did an episode with Daniel Rigg and
I did
McNeely.
one Avengers, but I'm not sure what I did on it. I'm featured on it on
IMDb.
on the DVD, but I
yeah.
can't remember what I did.
I did actually have a look at it in preparation for today.
Did
It
you?
was an episode called Castle DF,
That's right.
and you played, I think, one of the gillies that was set in the Scottish
I
Highlands.
can't really remember doing it.
Yeah. It is very much a blink and you'll miss you sort of thing. But I think you do have. I can't remember if it's one line or you just nod and go off. But you
Well,
are.
that's about
you are
right. One line, and that was it. That's about right.
Yeah. So I suppose you can't really get much impressions of shows if you're sort of dipping in and out of them. I guess, but it's a nice credit to have. When you go to signing events and things, is it just mainly Bond, or do people suddenly surprise you sometimes?
Mainly Bond.
Mainly Bond,
Bond.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what they like. They like a bit of James Bond. They like a bit.
Oh yeah, you can't go wrong with a bit Bond, can you? There's something called The Sandwich Man.
The Sandwich Board Man.
Yes.
It was on recently on TV.
Oh right, yeah.
And Matthew Wood, who's doing the memorabilia show very soon, he saw it on TV and put it on Facebook, where I played a weightlifter.
Yeah.
Okay, and the grass cutting machine runs wild, hits the tree, and I get covered in grass.
Yeah.
The line was, "Hey, crikey, what are you doing?" And the director was Robert Hartford Davis.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was 1965, 66.
Yeah, about that. It had a terrific cast. Bernard Cribbins.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Harry H.
An
Corbett.
international cast.
Yeah, big indeed. Ian Hendry, Terry Thomas, for those that might be interested in looking it up. You did a couple of episodes of The Champions. Did that?
I did 3 episodes of The Champions. Yeah.
Yeah.
I did 24 Hours, where I played a naval rating, and I do the opening fight scene with a couple of crooks. Denny Powell was the guy I was fighting.
Oh yes.
A well-known stunt boy. Yeah. And then I did The Experiment. And my good friend Bill Morgan, who did the opening fight with me on Her Majesty's Secret Service, he played the lead in The Experiment, the Champions.
Oh, right.
And I played one of the cigar-smoking guards, where I get knocked out by Stuart Damien.
Yeah.
And then I did another one. I forget which one it was, but it was an action part where I got beaten up by somebody.
Yeah, it was a while since I've seen The Champions, to be honest. So it must be nice working with your co-star from the beach scene. And was he?
Bill played the lead
Bill
in The Experiment. He played it very well indeed. If you see if you get the tape, you'll know what I mean. A very good actor.
You enjoyed working with him.
Bill died a few years ago. Died very young. He did.
Yeah.
Yeah, poor old Bill.
I think it's such a shame. One of the things when I'm researching for interviews like this, you do come across some sad stories of people. It turns out sometimes the film you're looking at, that was their last role, so it can be quite.
I think it was Bill's. Diamonds Are Forever. Bill was the guy that came out of the mud bath with the gun.
Oh yes.
And Connery drowned him in the mud. That was Bill Morgan.
Because it was mashed potatoes they used, wasn't it? I think.
Mashed potatoes.
Did that smell on set? Was it?
Well,
was it?
No.
Too
It's
pleasant
all
for him.
clean and tidy.
It's okay. Yeah. I'm sure he earned his money that day.
He certainly did. He did very well.
Yeah. The film called Isadore with Nessa Redgrave and James Fox, 68. Does that ring a bell?
I did that. I played an American copper, but I never did see the film with Isadora Duncan. I never did see it though.
Well, I'll see if it's on DVD or not. And we covered obviously Eagles Dare. Did you encounter Richard Burton on that film?
Richard Burton, I worked with him on Out of 1,000 Days, where I played the executioner.
Yeah.
And when I went onto the set, Dickie Burton and all the cast were doing their rehearsals. And I think Burton saw me, and he kind of half nodded, and I half nodded to him.
Okay.
And the director, Out of 1,000 Days, Charles Jarrett, he directed a stage play, which I worked in with Bob Hoskins. We played Americans on a tube train. I think called The Dutchman, a Leroy Jones play.
Right.
At the a Fringe Theatre in the West End. So I met Charles Jarrett, and he was directing Out of 1,000 Days. When he saw me, he said, "Terry, ideal to play the executioner." That's a week's work. Yeah.
Fantastic. Would you have liked to have done more stage work? Did you enjoy the live aspect of theatre?
I did a couple of Fringe theatres. I did a couple of workshops. Yeah. I did quite a few Fringe theatres.
Yeah.
Mooney's Kid Don't Cry, Tennessee Williams, 6 authors in stage, 6 actors in search of an author, and I did a couple of little bits and pieces on the stage. Different people.
Did you ever have the jitters or any nerves, or were you quite happy with?
Well, you do. You do. But when you're in character, you just get on and do it.
Yeah.
That's what you're getting paid for. You got the confidence. You know what you're doing. You know the lines. You know the setup. You just do it.
Because some actors that I talk to sometimes, I'm surprised how shy they are, and sometimes it's they seem so confident on stage or screen because they're in character and they almost have that almost armor, if you like, so it gives them confidence. And yeah.
Yeah, I would think that every actor's got his own technique of work. My work was just elementary. It was, I knew what the director wanted, I knew what we were going to do, and I just did it.
Yeah.
We just sailed through it, you know. When you got the coordination and the strength and you're an ex-fighter, it all works its way out.
Oh yeah, yeah.
But the nearest I ever got to a leading role was A Long Good Friday.
Right.
Yeah, when Bob Hoskins got the leading role in that, Johnny Bender and myself were being interviewed, but Bob got it.
Oh,
He got
yeah.
the part, A Long Good Friday. But I was never offered anything that I didn't think I could do.
Yeah.
I was never offered a leading role or a semi-leading role or anything like that. No. I'm sorry to say, it didn't happen.
I mean, I think was it a bit hard, I suppose, because you started off very, very strong with very fantastic TV series, 2 Bonds. It must have been a bit difficult. They didn't quite go the way you wanted it to.
They didn't want to cast me because they said I was a stuntman, not an actor.
Yeah.
And I said, well, I'd rather be known as an actor than a stuntman.
Yeah.
An actor that can do his own stunt work.
Yeah.
In America, that might work, but not in the UK.
And you never fancy trying to give it a go at Hollywood or anything? Or
Oh, no.
No. Yeah, I don't think it's for everyone, certainly not. There was the Fire of the Golden Geese. That was your winner.
Oh, with
Charles
the
Gray.
Yul Brynner.
Yeah.
Yeah, I auditioned for Sam Wanamaker, and he liked me very much indeed. I got on very well with him. And I played the bodyguard to Mr. Big in that, a couple of lines to say. And I got shot down in a helicopter at the end of the film. It was a stunt part.
Yeah.
But very nice to have worked with Sam Wanamaker. His first film as a director.
Ah, good.
And a hell of a nice kid.
Yeah.
And Yul Brynner was the lead star. He very, very, very professional, very charming, and very. Those people know what they're doing.
Yes.
They're professional. That's what they make a good living at. And they know what you can do. They know who you are. They know who I were, a bit part player, come this, that, and the other. And it rubs off the excitement, the camaraderie. We're fighting for our lives.
Yeah.
We're trying to get better work and more work. And there we are.
And Charles Gray was in the film, of course. You knew him. From
Charles
Sunset
Gray,
Forever.
yeah. But I never met him when we were doing. I only met him on Bond, but never met him on the Yul Brynner film.
Did you have any memories of Charles Gray from Diamonds Are Forever? Was it very much a fleeting sort of?
Well, no, Diamonds Are Forever. It was just he came on the set. We knew what was going to be done, and we just did it. There was no niceties. We just did the work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
There was no sitting down and having
No.
dinner and having lunch and drink after it. We just work. Just that scene.
Yeah.
They're very professional, these people. Charles Gray was a very good actor, a very good stage actor. And a nice fellow too, a decent chap. He knew everybody and shake hands. And Guy Hamilton was terrific on that. He knew what we could do. He knew what he wanted. And he's surrounded by professional actors.
Yeah. Yeah.
It just worked. You just go on with it. It wasn't difficult. We just did what we had to do.
Yeah. Was Guy Hamilton's approach to directing a bit different to Peter Hunt, or did they kind of have the same philosophies?
Peter was an actor's director. If you had anything to put into a scene or you want to talk about it, he would let you do it. Guy, he knew what he was doing. He knew what he wanted all the time. You'd have a setup. You'd have a rehearsal, and I knew what I had to do.
Yeah.
I knew my acting role. Sean and with the other guy, and you just do it. And if the director likes it, well, it's a print.
Yeah, yeah. And did you get on well with Sean Connery, having been in
Sean
the Hill
was going
beforehand?
through a divorce at the time when we did Diamonds Are Forever.
Yeah.
So he was keeping himself very much to himself. And he was doing the film for the Scottish Educational Trust.
Yeah, he used the money to set up the trust. Didn't he?
He wasn't very happy with his personal life.
No.
But very professional, shook hands. I did introduce him to my niece when she came down to see me in London, and I took her to Pinewood Studios. A very charming, professional actor. Professional.
Because he was also having some issues with the producers at the time, not so much Chloe Broccoli, but Harry Stoltzman and Sean Connery had fallen out quite badly by that point.
You believe what you want to believe.
Yeah. Oh, just from what's been reported and
it's all,
and
you
things,
believe what you want to believe.
but,
They're all professional people, all making a living, all fighting for their lives. And one mistake in that business, and you don't work again.
Oh,
so
yeah.
everybody's professional. Everybody.
Yeah. So if there is any other things going on the surface, you're not aware of them because everybody is keeping that atmosphere. Yeah. On the Magic Service, you mentioned Gabriele Fazzetti. Do you remember?
Gabrielle, yeah.
Do you remember him at all?
Fuzzetti, yeah.
Was he nice to
Yeah,
work with?
I had a couple of drinks with Gabrielle Fuzzetti, a couple of cups of coffee, and chatting about the business on location, on the wedding sequence. And he was very, what a gentleman, what an Italian classic actor.
Yeah.
Super.
Yeah. And of
But
course,
he died last year.
Yeah, yes, very recently, wasn't he?
Passed
Got
away in his
good
90s.
old. Yes, we mentioned Charles Gray.
Charles Gray, yeah.
And but of course, you worked with another Blofeld, Tay Savalas, on
Telly
Magic
Savalas,
Service.
yeah.
Did you encounter Tay as well?
Telly Savalas, he thought he was the star on Her Majesty's Secret Service.
Right. Yeah.
He thought he was the top man, but he wasn't, because we're all professional.
Yeah. Yeah.
And he was a very good actor, but I don't think he was right for Blofeld.
No.
I would have liked to have seen a European actor with a German or a Scandinavian accent. But I didn't think he was right for Blofeld. I didn't think he was right. Good actor, and I wish him well, but there we are.
I mean, I think Donald Pleasance is probably everybody's perfect Blofeld from You Only Live Twice, but I think when it came to Magic Service, they were worried that because of the action sequences, maybe Donald Pleasance wouldn't.
That's right.
So that's why I think they went with
And
Terry.
I don't think he'd look right kind of lapping Diane Rigg up. I don't think he would look, or Charles Gray for that matter.
Yeah.
I just don't. But I didn't think Savalas was right for Diane, for our film.
Yeah.
I didn't think he was right.
Yeah.
I've never said that before,
Oh,
but
right.
I'm telling you.
Yeah. I think they're all.
I'm telling you, the camera.
That's yes, well, great to have a little exclusive. I think each Blofeld kind of, at the very least, was good in their particular film. Whether you could have swap them round or not, as you say, it might not have worked. Diana Rigg, I wanted to know if you spent any time with her, or whether she was.
No, just
She was.
when we got in the helicopter, we were chatting in the helicopter, and socially in Murren, we're invited to different parties and different groups of people at the Eiger Hotel.
Yeah.
Very, very charming, very, very into herself, and very professional.
Yeah.
All those girls in Piz Gloria, they were all terrific ladies.
Yeah.
They were all nice girls, they really were. And Jenny Hanley, Sylvana, all those girls were all terrific girls. Yeah.
And of course, Joan Lumley as well.
Joan Lumley, terrific girl.
Yeah.
She did very well, she did exceptionally well. I saw her about 10 years ago, we did a memorabilia show. And a terrific girl.
Good.
All the girls were nice, they were all good girls.
Oh yeah. Angela Scholar, do you remember?
She died. She committed suicide.
Yeah.
She drank disinfectant or something or whatever.
Yeah, it's pretty nasty, wasn't it?
And I did phone Pinewood Studios. I did phone a man up there, and I said, "Are you going to have a memorabilia show for her? We're going to have a collection for her.
Yeah.
We're going to do."
Yeah.
And he said, "Well, I haven't heard anything, Terry." I said, "Well, sorry." But I thought she was terrific
She
in
was,
our
yeah.
film.
Yeah.
I thought she played it excellently.
Mm.
Angela Scholar.
Yeah.
Terrific character.
Yeah. And
terrific.
she had a lovely role opposite David Niven in the Casino Royale spoof as well. She played and had quite a funny bar scene
Excellent
together.
actor.
Yeah.
I love the film anyway.
Yeah.
I love our film.
Yeah.
I love the soundtrack.
Mm. Well, yeah, I think I mean, do you remember when you first saw the film and complete and your
Went to the
scenes
premiere.
and-
I was at the premiere.
Mm.
Yeah, with a friend of mine, casting director,
Mm.
and I was more than pleased with. Wasn't very happy seeing George with his long hair and his beard and
Well, yes, I think he wanted to sort of
get away from Bond, but
perhaps just let him be himself as well. I think there was part of that. Just was it a conscious thing to sort of?
Yeah, he didn't do himself any favours whatsoever.
Mm. Yeah.
I'm sorry to say.
Well, I think if we all think of what we were like when we were 28, or I think when he did Bond, we're very different then than we are now.
Oh.
So, looking at it from his perspective, you can perhaps understand why he might have did the things he did. And
Everybody knows he wasn't managed properly.
yeah, I think
He
a
wasn't
lot of
managed.
bad advice I think he got from people.
He never had anybody to guide him to say, right, well, there's your £500 a week spending money. The rest is going into a business.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you got to tighten your belt, and that's all you're going to get.
Yeah.
And this is what we're going to do. This is where we're going to go.
Yeah. Yeah, I think if he had a few more years acting on his shoulders, then he probably it would be a different experience probably
Different.
for him. Yeah. And for 1,000 Days.
Out of 1,000 days.
We already mentioned that one, didn't we? A
Yeah.
couple of times. That's
Charles,
great.
yeah.
The Wicked Lady and
Michael Winner.
Michael Winner,
Yeah,
yes.
Yeah, they cast me as the law officer.
Hmm.
And, well, he kind of threw me, Michael Winner. We're on the set and he's shouting his mouth off to different people. Yes, what is it? There was a riot around the coaches. In the excitement, he got away. So I was off the mark. So he stopped. He said, "Law officer, you're off the mark," in his loud voice. And he he threw me a couple of times with his attitude. But we got it anyway.
Yeah.
Sir Ralph Highwayman Jackson. There was a rise around the coaches. In the excitement, he got cut down. Faye Dunaway was terrific. She was there, Faye Dunaway.
Yeah.
And but it was just a couple of days' work, but they paid me for the week.
Oh, lovely. Yeah.
And they were, you do these little jobs, you get paid. I got paid very well. And I worked with Michael Winner. He did phone me a few years later, but I was doing something else. It was a Michael Caine film with Roger Moore. I forget.
Bullseye.
That's the one, yeah. They wanted a hotel doorman for that, and my name came up, and I was doing something else.
Yeah.
But that's the business we're in. You get one job, and another job comes along.
Yeah.
And the second one is always the best one of the two.
Right.
It works like that. Yeah.
And did you find with Roger Moore, was he very well? He had a good reputation for playing practical jokes and being very jolly.
Roger was the most wittiest man I've ever heard. He was so clever with dialogue and with people, and a hell of a nice fella as well. A hell of a decent bloke. A very good actor. Very charming to work with. Very charming to everybody. And I thought he was terrific as Bond. Wasn't my favourite Bond, but Good luck to him.
Yeah.
4 Bond films, £25 million.
Well, you did 7 in total. So 7. Roger Moore.
7?
7
Really?
films. Yeah. Longest running Bond until well, in terms of films, they've done the most films of them all. So yeah, huge
Well,
success.
it was the 4 after Diamonds Are Forever.
Oh yeah, he did.
But I know very well he got his 25
Yeah.
million for that.
Yeah.
£25 million.
Oh yeah.
You know,
yeah.
30 years ago. I mean, that's big money, big dough.
Well, I think he did DVD commentaries for each of his Bond films,
Oh,
and I
yeah.
believe it was rumoured that he was paid $1 million per commentary
Oh, I'm
to do
sure.
that.
I'm
So,
sure. I mean, he was a very charming man and very presentable to his clothes and his. I've got tapes here, Roger.
you've got
I've
Saint
his
and
own,
stuff. Yeah.
his first edition, but not the second series, the ones I worked in. That's the first.
Because you had done some black and white and some colour.
Yeah.
Was there a difference working in black and white compared to colour?
I don't think so.
Not from your perspective in terms of things. Yeah, I think Roger Moore is probably my favourite Bond, but I think it's linked towards his personality as much as the films.
But he looked great. He looked
yeah.
terrific. The music was good. The clothes were good. And he was enjoying himself. You could see he was enjoying himself. I mean, he must have thought, I'm the luckiest actor going, working, earning money, successful. Well, when you're working in that business, there's no business like it.
Yeah.
When you're getting a nice pay pack at the end of the week and you're being seen and it's a boost to your ego or for your career, it's nice to work.
Oh, yeah.
Best business in the world when you're working.
Oh yeah.
But when you're looking for work, not so good.
Yeah, it depends on which side of the glass you're on, sort of, as to your
Depends
experience
on-
of it. Yeah.
Depends on a lot of things. Yeah.
So you're a Bond fan. You've been watching. We were saying in the break that you preferred the first 3 Sean Connery films. But after that, they got a bit gimmicky and a bit
For me,
too large.
I thought the first half a dozen Bond films were great. And then when Roger took over, when Pierce Brosnan took over, they weren't as good for me. I just didn't like the setup. I didn't like the scripts.
Yeah.
But Roger was terrific.
Oh yeah. Did you like Timothy Dalton's films?
Did I like
Timothy Dalton's
Timothy?
films?
He played it very well, but he never had that spontaneous voice.
Yeah.
It was always that little Welsh voice I could hear at the back of his
Yeah.
tongue.
Yeah.
That Welsh dialect. But he played it very well. He was offered £5 million to do 2 films.
Yeah.
£5 million to do 2 pictures.
Not bad.
As an actor, you've got to take it.
Oh yeah.
He was in the West End doing a play called The Taming of the Shrew. And they say it was the best production ever, and he was playing the lead in it. And then the producers saw him in the film, and they cast him as Bond.
Oh yeah.
And when you're offered £5 million for 2 films, you don't turn it down.
No, you don't. No.
You don't turn it down.
And of course, his director for both those films was John Glenn, who did Second Unit on Most Secret Service.
Yeah,
Did
sure.
you know John? Well,
Sure,
you
very
met
well.
him,
Yeah,
met him since and
Yeah,
everything.
very well.
So you mentioned you enjoy Daniel Craig's films and admire him as an actor. Did you enjoy No Time to Die? Because it's been quite a potentially controversial film for some
I
fans.
couldn't get the hang of it.
Yeah.
I've got it on tape. I put it on, and I didn't understand it. So I turned it off. I haven't put it on since. He did one terrific film, Casino Royale.
Oh, and debatably that's
Tremendous.
the best, isn't it?
He's up with the best. He's up with Sean. He's up with George. Yeah, tremendous Casino Royale. I thought his acting ability. I thought his presence. Tremendous picture. And the director, Martin Campbell.
Yeah.
He directed me 1982 in The Professionals.
Oh, I was just going to come to that. Yes.
He directed me in The Professionals.
Yeah.
Now, I was in Plymouth a few years ago, and I saw Martin. I said, Martin, how are you? I said, I heard you were here. He looked at me. I said, The Professionals, 1982, The Stirring of the Dust. He said, I remember. And I said, well, you changed a lot. I said, at that time you had a thick set of black hair. Now you've lost your hair. He got up, walked away mumbling all sorts of profanities at me. So I'll never work with him again.
Yeah, you never know people's sense of humour, do you, sometimes? But yeah, a great director, and of course, you know, and I think one of the reasons why the shows like The Saint, The Professionals, Champions are so good is they have very good directors, brilliant, because there's so many people on the Bond films worked on those series, and that's why I think they hold up compared to other series, because they're made by filmmakers rather necessarily than TV people. So did you enjoy your experience on The Professionals?
Oh, very good. Yeah. With Martin Shaw, I'd worked with Martin on Macbeth, Roman Polanski's Macbeth.
Oh right, that's
which he had a very good part in that. I had a big part in it. Well, a battlefield soldier sort of thing, so getting killed, like I usually do. Roman Polanski. And we had a week's work on that. It was terrific.
Oh, wonderful. Yeah. As an actor, would you have liked to have done some Shakespeare, or was that something you...
To be perfectly honest with you, and everybody else, I did a course, a drama course at the Actors Workshop. And the course was 8 3-month semesters.
Yeah.
I did 6 semesters, and then on my 6th one, we did a project, a showcase, which I played the lead in a Tennessee Williams play, Mooney's Kid Don't Cry. Now, if I had gone back into the Actors Workshop, they were going to do Shakespeare. Now, I'm not the best reader. I'm not the smartest guy academically. And I couldn't even read Shakespeare. Never mind learn it and say it. So I threw the towel in at the Actors Workshop. And I didn't finish the course, 2-year course. But would you believe I got cast in Bond?
Yeah.
Directly after that, after I did in Honor Her Majesty's Secret Service.
Yeah.
So I went back to see one of their productions, and I saw Bob O'Neill, who was the owner of the Actors Workshop. And when I told him I was going to work in Bond, his face dropped.
Yeah.
One of my scholars is going to work in a Bond film. But there was no way I could have carried on doing Shakespeare. I couldn't even read it. I couldn't even take it in.
Yeah.
So you know your limitations.
Oh yeah.
As an actor.
Yeah.
I wouldn't even try and read for a part.
Yeah. I mean, I saw James Earl Jones in Much Ado About Nothing a few years ago, and he confessed that he wasn't a Shakespeare guy either, but James Earl Jones, voice of Darth Vader, and he was very good in it, but you could tell that it wasn't quite.
Wasn't it?
So yeah, it is a challenging.
Like I say, looking back on things, I should have carried on doing what I was doing for 8 years, playing bit parts, saying a few lines, and being a stuntman. When I tried to go up the ladder, I never had the educational background to study scripts, to take it in.
Yeah. I
just never had the brain power for that. But there we are, you try these things and you don't know what's around the corner.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So when it came to your parents, were they very supportive in you becoming into the film business?
My mother thought everything I was in was terrific. She loved it.
Yeah.
She used to go through the actions. She used to love it. My father passed away very, very early in my life.
Oh, sorry to hear that. I just wanted to ask you, so in terms of all the, oh yes, this is what I want to come to, the studios you worked for, because you did a lot of TV series in Elstree, and then obviously at Pinewood as well.
Pinewood, yeah.
Was there a special studio that you preferred, or were they?
Well, no. When you work at Pinewood Studios, Pinewood Studios, or Associated British, it's not the same. It doesn't sound right. Associated British was television.
Yeah.
Pinewood as feature films and TV.
Yeah.
Yeah, to work at Pinewood, that's tremendous.
Yeah. And I suppose Pinewood has the wonderful house, which Elstree, of course, doesn't.
That's
So
right.
it's more glamorous. I imagine that the Elstree's more of a, you know,
Well,
TV. It's more mundane, whereas Pinewood is
Pinewood.
more glitzy. Yeah.
Pinewood.
Yeah. I just wanted to bring us up to date to finish off, Terry, because I saw that you've got a film coming up, Tales from the Great War.
Ah, yeah. A local or teacher of the Chichester College is the headmaster there. And his wife's an interior designer, reupholsterer, and she did some work for me.
Right.
And she said, "Terry, I've looked you up. You're an actor." I said, "Yeah." She said, "Well, my husband directs films." I said, "Oh, yeah." I said, "Well, introduce him. Just say I'm looking for work." So we got introduced, and he cast me as a ruffian in his film.
Yeah.
A couple of lines to say, and it's going to be out in January. An independent film that's going to sell to wherever. But he's hoping to do another film where he gives me a better part, a bigger part. Yeah, terrific.
Yeah.
Terrific.
So although you're technically retired, there's still things coming in.
Well, yeah,
You
if
Yeah.
you make a film and you want a bit part player, I'm available.
If I come to money, I might do that.
You never know your luck.
I suppose the film business is one of those you never do know what's going to
You never know your
happen
luck.
with it.
Yeah, so we did a little film down here. It was where this bloke is going into the library, and his girlfriend is the receptionist. I came out, the guy looked at me. "Who are you?" He looks at me. I said, "You be careful what you're saying there, okay?" And I walk away. And it was terrific, a one take. The boy and girl I was working with, they're actors and actresses, but never done any work professionally as such. So when they're working with me, they kind of, knowing very well that what I've done, it kind of ups them a little bit. That little respect there, if you know what I mean.
And lastly, if you hadn't gone into acting and stunt work, what
I
do you
would
think
have
you
probably
done?
been a property developer.
Property. Yeah.
I would have bought and sold property like I did get into. I worked in all the flats in this house here. I decorated and done this, and this brick wall I built years ago. Yeah.
So that's all kept you going in between the roles.
Yeah,
and
buying and
everything,
selling,
so-
selling security work. I was working, doing security work for films for 6 years, which I enjoyed, going all over the country. Yeah, to make a living as an actor, it's not easy.
No.
So you've got to have something else. You've got to have a job that you can leave at notice to audition. And you've got to have money as an actor.
Oh yeah.
You've got to have a roof over your head, and you've got to have a crust of bread. And the work I did in London, bouncing on club doors, dance halls, bodyguarding, freelance chauffeuring, labouring, to make a living as an actor, to be available.
Yeah.
To be available. And sometimes living in doss houses, living in kip houses, living in bed sits, sharing flats. That's all part of the course.
Yeah.
Not easy to be an actor.
No.
Not easy. And a lot of people, the resentment you get, the letdowns, you think, "Christ, what am I doing in this business? I never get any work." There was times, it was a couple of years before I even auditioned or went for a job.
Yeah.
And then sometimes you get two jobs that clash. And the best job is the one that you wanted to do.
Oh yeah.
But it's a difficult business to be in. I've read recently that Tom Selleck was offered the Harrison Ford parts.
Oh, Indiana Jones. Yes, I think he
Yeah.
was. Yeah. Or got very close to it at least. Yeah.
And Tom Selleck turned it down because he was doing a Y50 or something like that.
Yeah.
So Harrison Ford took over.
Yeah.
And you know, people turn work down or don't do it, and somebody else goes in and makes a success. Never happened to me, I'm afraid. Yeah.
Well, you've had success of a different kind, haven't you? Sort of, it's do you have of all the actors you work for? Do you work with? Do you have a favourite actor? And
Well, I thought George Lazenby and Sean Connery were the two top ones. Yeah. Roger, very good third. Yeah, top actors, and to work with those three as an actor, tremendous.
Yeah, a favourite director?
Well, director Peter Hunt was as good as any.
Yeah.
Roy Ward Baker gave me a few bits and pieces.
Yeah.
And Les Norman did too.
Oh yes.
I was working with Les Norman on the Saint. And I said, Les, I've got something to tell you. He said, what is it? I said, I was one of your soldiers on the beach when you were doing Dunkirk. He said, you're kidding. I said, no. I was in the army at the time, and the whole of the Southern Command were film extras, and I was one of the film extras.
Yeah.
So when I said that to him, like 6 years later, that he put me in a couple of times.
Oh wow.
He used me a couple of times.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it must be nice working with Roman Polanski and those big names like that. It must have been quite a thrill to do things like that.
Yeah, poor old Les Norman. Yeah. I did quite a bit of work with him, Les Norman. Yeah.
And a lot of people don't realise, but Barry Norman was the film
His
critic.
father,
Yeah.
And Barry Norman was the continuity girl on The Saint and Gideon's Way, and she was a script girl.
Oh right, yeah.
His daughter, Barry Norman.
Yeah.
Well, Les died a few years ago, like
20
odd years ago, 25 years ago.
Yeah.
And people do pop off. You know, I'm here now, but the people that have gone that I've known in the business.
Oh yeah. It's yeah.
I'm in the waiting room. I'm waiting to go.
I think we all are, to be honest, in one way or another.
Oh yeah, that's for sure.
Was there any final memories of Roman Polanski you had, or I suppose you didn't really have much to do with Roman Polanski?
With Roman?
Yeah.
He cast me in Macbeth, and he was so short and tiny.
Yeah.
And I smothered him. I overpowered him, and he was frightened of me. Yeah, he had all that power on the set and with writing and script, but I overpowered him. There we are. I think I did anyway. Maybe I didn't, but yeah, and not the nicest of directors.
Oh.
Not the best of people.
Not an actor's director then.
No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't recommend him to direct a film like he. I mean, Chinatown. He played perfectly in Chinatown, which he directed and worked as an actor. Yeah, tremendous director, but not my sort of bloke. He never had the charm or the character like Peter Hunt and like John Glenn. Those guys know what they want. They know what to cut into, and they want to get the best out of you.
Yeah.
They want to get the best out of you.
Yeah, absolutely. And to finish off our lovely conversation, Terry, is there any final comments you'd like to make about anything, or any message to those that are watching along?
Well, I want to say thank you for coming over to see me and doing this filming, and the pleasure's mine. So when I see you at Pinewood Studios, the drinks are on you.
Oh yes, I'll definitely buy you a drink or two. Yes. It's been lovely chat, Terry, and thank you for inviting me into your wonderful home, and it's been a real privilege to talk to you today.
Well, thanks very much indeed.
Thank you, Terry.
Well, thank you very much, Constantine, for what you speak about Diamonds Forever. It's very much appreciated.
Whatever you like. I mean, my memory of it is limited, put it that way.
That's all right. That's okay. I mean, of course, I think people forget that it's over 50 years now, isn't it, since
that's true.
the film came
That is true.
The first thing I wanted to ask you, you did start off, I think, when you caught the acting bug was at school in school plays.
Yes, indeed.
Leading roles you got from the offset. I just want to know if you had any memories of what plays they were and.
Oh well, they were. Golly, my very first was. I think I must have been 5 or 6 playing Pooh in. We did a production of Winnie the Pooh, and I played Pooh. And then at school, as I grew up, it was. We had a curious thing at school. We had an unusual license from D'Oyly Carte to produce Gilbert and Sullivan in any way we wished. I think we were one of the only companies in the world who could do that, because at that time the copyright was such that you had to do D'Oyly Carte in a very specific way. It was laid down in the script how it had to be done, and we were free of that. So we did D'Oyly Carte, we did Gilbert and Sullivan, we did our own musicals. We had a wonderful music master who he and the English teacher put together fun stories, and but it never occurred to me to be an actor at that point. Never came into my head.
It was just one of those things you enjoyed,
enjoyed doing, and it was great fun. I went to university even without any thought of it. And it was strange because at that time, in my teens, I went a great deal to theatre, movies. I think I told you I would go to, during the holidays, I'd go to a movie practically every day. And it was quite serious movies. I would go to Kurosawa and Scandinavian films and Nouvelle Vague films and all that kind of thing. But it didn't enter my head. I never had that, epiphany until I got to university, and acting there, suddenly realized, this is what I want to do.
Because that was at Trinity College, Dublin, wasn't it? I believe
that was indeed, yes, it was.
I think you were the president of that at one point.
Yeah, I was indeed, yes.
Yeah.
Not that that meant a great deal. It was just, I think because you've been there long enough to become the boss.
Yeah. I suppose with university, there's lots of faces coming in and out. So
indeed. I mean, we were a very tight group. We were a very good group. And I think, as I told you before, we had to approach it professionally because we were, in order to finance ourselves, we were competing with the professional Dublin theatre. And we had to attract audiences on the same basis as they did, and relied on reviews from the Dublin newspapers and so forth. But it worked. Yeah, we were in many respects very successful.
Is it a case of friendly competition when you've got lots of theatres?
Yes, it was perfectly friendly. We had, again, a privilege in that we were able to do plays that the professional theatre couldn't, because there were so many restrictions laid down by Archbishop McQuaid, who ran Dublin, and everything was censored, and just doing a Pinter play was something we could do and other professional theatres couldn't. So we did have that cachet of being able to do stuff that, as I say, yes, that the major professional theatres wouldn't be able to do.
Yeah, I suppose I was going to have your own attraction, niche, especially amongst all the competition. That's
right. And then, of course, when I left, it was I didn't really know anybody, and I didn't want to go to drama school because just had enough of school, and kind of took the plunge. Obviously, it took a little while, but gradually, one thing led to another, as it does.
Oh yeah. And didn't you have some success at the Edinburgh Festival?
Yes, that was a university thing. In my last year, we did a late night show at the Traverse Theatre on the Fringe, and I think it was only the third year or fourth year of the Fringe, and yeah, it was a review of sketches and so forth, and it was a huge success.
Yeah.
And we had this tiny, the Traverse was a tiny little theatre in an attic, and there were shows there were about 3 shows in the evening. I think we were the last one at about 10 o'clock. And the one preceding us was a company run by someone called Lindsay Kemp, who was a well-known mime. And we had to obviously leave spaces in what was called a dressing room, hardly a dressing room, which we all shared. And I had to share my space with a young man called David Jones, who was, of course, David Bowie.
Right. Any stories there? Or?
Not really. We only didn't really meet. There was sort of makeup left on the table. But yes, that was my only connection with pop fame, I think. No, it's not my only connection, but yes, that was a little something to tell the grandchildren.
Oh yes, very nice to say if you shared a dressing room with David Bowie, I think that's got a lot of cachet.
Yeah, I don't think I'm pretty sure he hadn't changed his name by that time. He was still David Jones.
Yeah.
And he was in this Lindsay Kemp company, very outrageously camp mime company.
Yeah. You said it wasn't your only brush with the pop world.
Well, no, I mean, in the day, of course, living in London after I graduated in '65, there was so much going on, and one just fell into, if you went to the right kind of places. I got, quite friendly with the Animals and with Stevie Winwood's group, that kind of thing. But yeah, I mean, I was just another person in the crowd, I'd say. But yeah, it was fun to hang out with those guys.
So, would you say London back in the '60s deserves its reputation as being?
Yes, I think it does. There's a very, very interesting documentary called My Generation, which is produced, I think, and it's presented by Michael Caine. And it's about the '60s and London and so forth. But what it presents, and I think it's a very interesting take on it, is what a huge social revolution it was. Post-war, suddenly these freedoms, these perceived freedoms of just breaking away from the old ways. And it was the first time, I mean, when I was at university, this was the first time that people traveled. My contemporaries, would do the hippie trail to India or hitchhike across Europe with a guitar. And this was unheard of. And many, many of my contemporaries were certainly the first people of their families who'd gone to university. And which, of course, in many respects, created certain social issues afterwards, because suddenly these young people were traveled and educated and so forth in a way that their parents weren't, which wasn't necessarily comfortable.
Yeah.
And yes, this sort of widening of horizons and all that played into the whole sort of '60s thing. And yeah, people being socially conscious and aware and wanting peace and love and what have you, was quite serious, I think. They wanted to get away. They weren't children of the war. And and terrible. And our post-war was tough. Post-war was very, very tough. Rationing and the whole infrastructure of the country being rebuilt and bomb sites and all that kind of thing. There were hard times. And I think the 60s was finally getting out of that, and a huge kind of breath of fresh air. Yes, I recommend My Generation. It's a very, very good documentary.
Yeah, I'll look that up. I mean, it does seem that the 60s, I think, was a period of optimism that I don't think has ever returned. I think there was a sense that things could really get good, and then unfortunately they didn't.
Yes, I suppose so. Yes, right into the 70s, there was this great sense of optimism, I think. And then, as you say, it all turned a bit sour. Our leaders weren't the people one might have wished for. But there you go. That's what happens. There are, I think, it's fairly typical to have periods of that kind of wave. Because you get backlashes to what has gone before. And sometimes those backlashes are extreme, and then they have to come back to the middle.
I think it does.
I mean, I growing up, I couldn't possibly imagine that there would be no Soviet Union, that there would be no Berlin Wall, that there would be no apartheid. I mean, that was just not thinkable. Because that was a given. It would never change. So that was quite something to go through.
Yes, you say that there were certain spectres that people had to live with, regardless of decades and generations. That's one thing that doesn't seem to change. I don't think. So what did your parents think of you pursuing acting? Were they always supportive of that?
I only had one parent. I had a mother. My parents divorced when I was very little. And my mother, because we had very little ourselves, I think she desperately wanted me to be secure. That was terribly important to her, and she felt that the way to security was working in the city. And we did have some connections, and I met people in the city and so forth. And I was happy at that point as a teenager. I thought, well, that's fine. Because what I really wanted was to travel. And merchant banking seemed to be an avenue to traveling. Merchant bankers seem to travel a lot. Little did I know that, yes, they traveled, but they traveled from one faceless hotel to another faceless hotel. And by golly, ending up, as I did, dialogue coaching all over the world in amazing countries and situations, really satisfied that desire in a way I could never have dreamt. I've been so lucky with travel. And indeed the wonderful people I've worked with. Actors of great distinction, that kind of thing. I've been a very lucky fella.
We're starting off as a theatre background, and we're moving into TV.
So drifted into TV and film, as one does. Perhaps not always selecting. When at the time too, I had to earn money. I couldn't be too fussy. So I had to make a living, and as you know, it's pretty precarious. So you just take what you're offered. But I was very lucky. I mean, I had some very nice, fun parts, fun jobs in fun places.
And of course, James Bond comes calling with.
And then James Bond comes calling, indeed. I mean, that Diamonds Are Forever was great fun. I mean, I had a slight crush on Jill St. John, of course, as everyone did. And I was very much kind of in the background, but because it was a set that featured quite a lot, it meant that I was there quite a lot, but very much in the background as a technician beavering away on a desk.
Yeah.
But it's always been, I mean, my 2 experiences of Bond have always been really pleasurable because the crew is always wonderful, very relaxed. Yeah, great fun. Great fun.
I mean, even at that point in 70, would be 70, 71 release, that it was the 7th film. A lot of the crew, the cast were, so it was very sort of slick by.
Absolutely. No, they were a well-oiled machine by then. And you know, Connery was at his peak as a Bond and all of that. Yeah, it was great stuff.
Yeah. I mean, you probably weren't aware of it. Again, I think even most of the principals weren't aware that Connery, of course, didn't do the 6th film, Managed Secret Service. He was lured back for a very good paycheck, and his relationship with one of the producers, Harry Saltzman, was a major issue, and I don't think it was his happiest experience, but everyone I speak to weren't the wise about it, because of course he was very professional and
absolutely. I mean, Connery was indeed absolutely professional. He was very pleasant to work with. He was in it for the money. There was no bones about that. And he made a great deal of money, which he then, you know, he had his own bank in Spain, I believe. So yes, he had an eye to being wealthy and fine.
Well, he gave his entire fee, which was record breaking at the time, to he set up a Scottish charity for actors, and his entire fee went towards that.
Indeed.
So, you know,
he had this really kind of fiscal attachment to Scotland.
Yeah, and I think to the point where he, whether with your dialogue coach hat on, whether this would bug you as an actor, but because Sir Sean was so proud of being Scottish, he never did another accent. So he was playing a Russian submarine captain as a Scot.
It didn't matter what. Absolutely.
Yeah.
An American gangster or whatever.
The Untouchables, which he won the supporting actor Oscar, again the Scots accent, you know. So, but I suppose it would have been perhaps a bit jarring, perhaps to the audience, if he didn't sound like such.
Well, that's the thing, and I think there was a generation of stars before him too, where they weren't expected to change. I mean, in fact, they did, and the good ones did, of course, but in subtle ways. They were still Kirk Douglas, or they were still David Niven or Gary Cooper. They didn't try to do kind of accents or funny walks or anything like that. But they invested themselves into a character, I guess. But it was a whole different approach to leading actor stardom and so forth. It was a different kind of culture, and it was a different kind of fan base and audience, and a time when they were removed from the public, in a sense. You read about them in magazines, or you saw, maybe you might see interviews on television. You know, there wasn't that much television. So the images were very carefully cultivated. And remote. And that was part of the thing, that you didn't see how the magic happened. Now everybody knows how things are done. Every actor is our familiar. They're in our living room all the time. They're in all the gossip pages and TikTok and Instagram and what have you. They're very much our familiars now. And in a way that kind of diminishes it certainly diminishes the mystique.
yeah, I think it's a different relationship that people have with stars, particularly that so many go to autograph conventions, or
Yeah,
like yourself, being very generous and you know talking to fans. You know, there isn't the boundaries, I don't think there was before.
that's right. That's absolutely right.
Mm. I
Yeah.
mean, is that ever that part of being out to going to conventions and things? Has that ever been something that
No, I've not been invited to. I have friends who do and
Mm.
make a little living, not a living, but make money out of it, quite
Yeah.
good money.
Mm.
And yeah, no, I all power to them.
So, do you remember director Guy Hamilton at all?
Indeed, yes, very affable,
Mhm.
and very English and
Mhm.
very gentlemanly.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's about all I can say, really.
Mm.
A pleasant fellow.
Because did you come onto the film with the understanding you were, I suppose, what they call an extra back then, but a supporting artist is how they'd phrase it now?
I don't know. I was just given as far as I saw, it was a role. I was told
Mm.
I think I had a name or something. I can't remember. And then, yeah, I was just placed. I think it was, you see, that must have been one of my very first parts. And I got into film quite early and started doing quite a bit because I could speak Russian, and they thought, well, then you can speak English with a Russian accent properly. And this was at the time of Cold War films, and so I started playing, KGB guys and all that kind of thing.
Mm.
And yes, got into film, I suppose, on that route.
Mm.
Like,
Because on the IMDb page, you're credited as an aide to
aid
Metz.
to Metz, that's right.
Yeah.
Yes,
Um,
I think yes, that's probably how it ended up. And,
yeah.
uh,
And a non-speaking part, but again, do you remember if you might have had some lines that got
I
cut?
think I probably did, that then probably ended up cut. I honestly can't remember very
Mm.
much about it.
Yeah.
Other than it was a fun experience,
Oh yeah.
being
Yeah.
in a kind of laboratory set and with lovely people.
Mm.
Yeah.
I mean, is there a certain trick to being in the background and looking natural and?
Well, there's a slight trick. I mean, in that, even if you've got a small part, you're there to serve the scene,
Mm.
not to make an impact, really.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, you want to be contributive without drawing attention to yourself. If you see what I mean, it's just a little balance, really.
Yeah.
Because directors don't want a guy on the right of the screen kind of picking his nose and things.
Yeah. And of course, you share your scene in the laboratory with, of course, the wonderful Joseph First, who
Yes,
a very good character actor.
yes, indeed. And he's a lovely. He was a lovely man.
Yeah.
An emigre, I think,
Mm.
during the war. Maybe he came before the war. I can't remember. Yes, sweetheart, absolute sweetheart.
And of course, Ed Bishop, who I think you knew quite well.
I did know Ed, and we crossed paths on occasions, because I would also occasionally play American characters, and of course he was American, and he kind of he did a lot of work those days.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What kind of man? What was he? Was sort of
He was funny, and yeah, very American, very laid back. I really not much more to say. He's just a nice guy to hang out with.
I suppose the other thing you had in common with him was you did, of course, two Bonds, Diamonds and Goldeneye, and Ed had done You Only Live Twice, and then of course he returned to the franchise for Diamonds Are Forever. So later on in the film, you are in the oil rig sequence.
Yeah.
So of course you're again looking very, very busy on a sort of sort of thing.
Yes.
And of course in those scenes we have Charles Gray. So I wonder whether you have any.
Oh, Charles. I don't know. I have a feeling I did something else with Charles too. Charles was, how can I put it, rather outrageous.
Right.
Of course, in those days, within the sort of theatre community, you could be quite camp, but he was very camp and very outrageous, and he liked to tease young men, with his manner. But he was, totally harmless. It was all in great fun. No, it was lovely.
Yeah.
Charles Gray.
Yeah. And did you find that Sean Connery and Jill St. John got on quite well on set?
It's hard to tell. I think so. I think so. I mean, I didn't see any sign of them not getting on. But I think Connery is the sort of person who got on professionally with everyone. Yeah. But didn't necessarily he wasn't chummy. Right. Particularly. He's pretty much kept to himself and did what was necessary, and was certainly pleasant, and never unpleasant or distant or anything like that, but just didn't encourage a kind of matiness, or he wouldn't go to the pub with you, that kind of thing,
Yeah. And did you find Jill St. John was enjoying being a Bond girl? Did you seem?
I expect so.
Yeah.
She was a fun lady. She was pretty. She was, full of beans, and I'm sure she took it for what it was worth. I think.
Yeah.
And took these things with a pinch of salt. Didn't take it too seriously.
Yeah. What was your knowledge of Bond when you went into it? Were you a fan?
Not a great deal. I'd read a couple of books, Fleming books, before that. I'd seen the movies. I'm not sure if I'd seen all of them, but I was certainly very aware of the whole Bond phenomenon.
Yeah. And were you aware there was a bit of anticipation for this film in particular? That it was of Connery's return, and it was.
I don't know that I was actually. I don't know that came into my horizon. It was just another job, a fun job. No, I don't think that kind of baggage really touched me.
Yeah. So how long if you had to sort of say how long you were on the film in those two different sequences, is it a matter of
probably a couple of weeks?
A couple of weeks,
10 days, something. Probably about 10 days shooting.
Yeah,
something like that.
And did you recall seeing the film at the time? Did you enjoy the film as an audience member?
I don't remember seeing it.
No.
I probably did. I'm sure I did. And possibly went to a cast and crew screening or something, but I don't remember.
Yeah. Are you one of those actors who doesn't mind watching their performance, or you?
I don't mind at all. No, because it's like watching someone else. Yeah, it's like when actors are working and they're discussing with the director or that. Well, I don't think he would do this. I think he's thinking this. You're talking the third person all the time. You very rarely say, no, I wouldn't say that.
Yeah.
You say, well, I don't think he'd say that. Might he say it differently? It's very much third person. You kind of. And so when you watch yourself. I mean, some people hate watching themselves. I don't mind it at all,
Hmm.
because I feel quite distanced from it.
Yeah. I suppose you are behind a character as well, so it's like you have
Yes, yeah, it's yes, yeah.
Yeah. A lot of actors I do speak to do say that one of the reasons why they find it difficult to watch themselves is they always are nitpicking and thinking, well, I could have delivered
Well,
that.
of course, there is that. Yeah, you do.
Hmm.
You see things that oh God, I could have done that better.
Hmm.
But yeah, I think certainly first viewing, I just take it as it is, and then I might nitpick more. But yeah, one does, of course, think. But even when you've done it, you see a rush,
Hmm.
or you see a playback. Oh, bugger! I could have done better.
Hmm. But that's the joy of live theatre, isn't it? You've always
Yeah.
to touch it up a little bit. So after the film had come out, did you get much recognition for it? Was it something that?
No, I don't think it changed anything particularly.
No.
It was just another credit. That and credits always help. But no, I can't say. Well, I'm not aware now of there being any particular change.
And
Well, it would probably depend on who cast it. Let me see. Whether I'd then created a relationship.
Yeah.
Oh, it was Budge Drury, yes. Yeah, I did. He did cast me in a few things, I think.
Ah. So did you work? Did he cast you before Diamonds and anything? Might that be why you got the film?
Let me see. Budge Drury. Sometimes here you get a. Wait a minute. Hang on. See, because sometimes on IMDb you get connections. Oh yes. Yes. He cast me in something called the Tamarind Seed, which I did with Omar Sharif and Julie Andrews.
Right.
Yeah, that was it. And Girl in My Soup. Western Drury, but he was known as Budge. I don't know why. Yeah, the Tamarind Street Seed is an interesting one. I just had a part. I had a scene of scenes. I guess I think I was the Russian boyfriend of Julie Andrews' girlfriend, something like that.
Yeah.
Anyway, the four of us had a couple of scenes together. Ethan Andrews and Sharon Muir and me.
Do you have any memories of Omar Sharif?
Oh, indeed. A charmer. We were doing this scene. It was in a hotel in Park Lane, dining around the table. And this was directed by Julie Andrews' husband, Blake Edwards, and who was lovely. He and Julie Andrews are very, very funny together, and she is hilarious. And she was just such fun. And the morning progressed, and then we had I shared a room in a suite in the hotel with Omar Sharif, and Sharon Muir shared a suite with Julie Andrews to change and rest and so forth. And then came the lunch break, and I was approached by an assistant who said, "Would you mind very much sharing with Julie Andrews? Because Sharon Muir has been invited to Omar Sharif's suite." I'll say no more. I had a very nice time with Julie Andrews.
Yeah. So was she again very fun?
Oh, funny, witty, sweary, you know, just very one of the lads, very much.
Yeah.
And great fun, as was Blake Edwards, always sort of joking and teasing, and yeah. Yeah, that was a lovely experience.
Yeah, it sounds it. So being on Diamonds Forever for a couple of weeks, would you have the opportunity to see some of the other sets and to get a sense of the scale?
I can't remember. Not much. I don't know that there was much other set at the time. It was just, we were focused on the laboratory and the oil rig set. I mean, that was all part of the same thing. No, I certainly can't remember. Or no, I can't remember.
Because of course we have one of the best production designers. Ken
Indeed.
I don't know if you ever brushed shoulders with Ken on any.
I didn't, but he was reputed to use a lot of the stuff that he put on set in his own home.
Well, why not?
He had some very nice furniture and very nice, materials in his house.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I know he never was sort of seemed a bit shocking to me, but was never asked to design any buildings or have any input into it. But you can tell a lot of architects were inspired by.
Sure.
Ken Adam. I think it's from a set design, it's some really impressive sets on the film. But if you compare it to, say, Your End of Trice, the volcano, or the tankers in The Spy Love Me, Diamonds was more modest.
Yeah, well, they just grew and grew as the franchise grew, I think, and more and more spectacle was expected.
Yeah.
So you wanted your mountain caverns and your extraordinary space laboratories and underground whatnots. I mean, they just got more and more elaborate and spectacular.
And I think with any film franchise, you go very big with Your End of Trice, then you want to get a bit more down to earth and manage to use diamonds, and then of course it goes back up to Moonraker, etc. So it's sort of has a pulsating sort of life to
Absolutely.
the films.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Do you over the years have you got recognition for Diamonds from the fans, people writing to you wanting autographs?
I get recognition more for GoldenEye.
Yeah.
Every now and again, yes, I get people who want photographs signed and that kind of thing. And in fact, there was a delightful young man came to see me here in Worthing. He came from Portsmouth, I think, and he had a kind of collector's set of DVDs, a very special set, and asked me if I'd be kind enough to sign them. Of course, I was happy to. But he couldn't let it out of his sight, so he needed to come and we met in person, had a coffee and things together. It was lovely. I signed a couple of photographs, which just makes me think how popular actors must be asked to sign things all the time.
Yeah.
But yeah, GoldenEye does lead to a bit of that.
I think it's like being a part of a club, isn't it? Being part of one world. It doesn't matter necessarily behind the scenes, in front of the camera, whatever role it is.
That's right.
You're part of it, and you're part of that.
That's right. That's right. There's a kind of you're right.
Yeah.
And I think in GoldenEye also the scene was kind of significant, so people remember. It was significant in terms of the plot.
Yeah.
So people remember it.
Yeah. I'm surprised no Bond fan has done the geeky thing of saying, well, we never knew what happened to you at the end of Diamonds Forever. Is it the same character in that'd be rather funny if somebody did think it was, but I suppose, isn't it? If you don't hear your accent in Diamonds, or
Yeah.
maybe that's I'm sure I can't be the only person to be geeky enough to think of those sort of things. So with Goldeneye, of course, we didn't really touch on working with Martin Campbell. Did you have any memories?
Yes, indeed. And I think I told you the story of reading the script.
Yeah.
Which was an interesting exercise.
Mm.
Reading it out loud for him, his benefit. And yes, he was an interesting director. He was riding quite high at the time. He'd done some very interesting television work. And yeah, he was quite, I don't know whether it was just because I didn't have a particularly significant part. I wouldn't say he was very chummy particularly. But yeah.
I mean, actors sometimes a bit distant. Not actors, directors a bit distant sometimes because
it can be. They vary, like people, I suppose, or they're just so concerned with the scene, the set, the setup. They've got other problems with the studio behind breathing down their necks or whatever. So one can't take it personally.
Yeah, I think as we alluded to on our previous chat, Goldeneye was quite a high-pressured film because of the expectation and its importance in the franchise history at that point.
Yeah,
a bit like Diamonds in some respects. It also had an important role because of the last film not being well received. When you said you did I remember you saying that you read the script, one version where Martin recorded it, and then so he could get a sense of pace and rhythm of the story. Did you ever read it with the cast and crew, or was it just for Martin that you read it?
No, I read it with others. They weren't the necessarily the people who were cast. Yeah. And obviously, we had someone sitting in for Bond and so forth. But I played a few of the parts as well as reading all the stage directions. That was the main thing, was reading all the stage directions, which I kind of edited in my head as I went along. Tried to do it cinematically. And it worked very well, funnily enough. And then we broke for lunch, did it again with a sound recordist.
And are you, as an audience member, are you a fan of the Bond films? Do you still watch them today?
I haven't seen the last 3 or 4. I saw the first Craig one. I may have seen the second. I can't remember. But no, not really.
The last film in particular divided the audience quite significantly.
Oh, did it?
Those things. I mean, I loved it. People absolutely hated it, some of them, and I think it's.
What was the reason for the division?
Oh, I don't want to give too much weight in case there's 1 or 2 people that might not have seen it.
I see. Okay.
If they've been living in caves for a few years, but it's very dramatic. There's lots more drama in it. There's lots more character. It's more than a Bond film in that respect. So it's so it doesn't always feel like a Bond film, but I think in a good way. And the ending in particular is rather beautiful. But I think like any long-running film series, people always have their idea of what something should be like.
Of course.
A bit like an actor probably taking on Hamlet and trying to shake off for Laurence Olivier or something like that.
So who's going to be the next Bond?
Nobody knows. I don't.
You don't have an inside.
I think theories. I think it's too early, really, to be honest. Although the film's been.
Is it going to be female and a person of color?
Well, in the new film they do, because Bond is retired at the beginning of the new film, and a woman has been given his 00 number, and she is black. She's Jamaican, and so we kind of have had a female 007.
Right. Okay.
Very good. But I think the character always has to be. I think maybe because it's based on novels, that I think you have to be a bit more not strict to it, but I think because there is he's half French, he's half Scottish, it's a bit more difficult to. I mean, I don't know how you feel about how far a character can be reinterpreted.
Well, I mean, actually, Connery was pretty far from the original.
Well, yes. I
In the
mean,
book.
Ian Fleming didn't like him at all when he heard he was cast. It wasn't his preferred
Wouldn't
choice.
be his choice. No,
No.
I can imagine.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think it was much more a kind of post-war concept of the English gentleman. Wow.
And you said the films became more spectacular, so they had to, by necessity, sort of evolve, and because of course the novels were very, very, very different. I mean, in terms of an actors who played Bond, having seen Daniel Craig, obviously Pierce Brosnan, Sean Connery, do you have an idea of which actor is Bond the best?
Well, it's hard to tell. I mean, probably Brosnan came closest to the original idea of the Fleming character. But then by that time, that's not what the public thought of as. I don't know. It's you then have such different excuse me, perceptions. By the way, I do recommend a new spy series called Slow Horses.
Oh, right, yeah.
On Apple TV. And it's taken from a series of books by someone called Nick Heron. And it stars Gary Oldman. And it's wonderful. It's more like Smiley's People, but even seedier. And yeah, well worth seeing. A lot of humor in it. And a lot of thrills and blood, and yeah, it's good.
I'll give it a go. You did work with Sean Connery, and was it the Russian House?
Oh, Russia House, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I worked with him on that. Again, absolutely delightful, but not, you know, we didn't go out together. Michelle Pfeiffer was lovely. But I did become very chummy with Klaus Maria Brandauer, most wonderful Austrian actor.
Yes.
In fact, was the baddie in Never Say Never Again.
Indeed, he was. Yes.
And a very good baddie too.
So again, like most baddies, lovely in real life, you know. Sort of,
oh yes,
yeah.
Sweetheart.
I remember meeting Richard Keel, who played Jaws, and just to see. I mean, at the time he had a mobility scooter. He could still stand up, but his height, of course, caused him problems all his life. And
he was very tall, wasn't he?
Yeah, it was. I can't 7. I have to double check exactly, but when he did get up, you just saw this. You know, it was very impressive. Just even in his later years, and a gentle giant, one of the nicest people you could. And I've got this lovely picture because he had massive hands. There's a picture of him with his hands around my head. You could barely see my head. He was
wonderful,
a great guy. I just want to touch on a few of the other things we kind of missed last time. If that's okay. You mentioned working with Peter O'Toole, but we didn't really go into what Peter was like.
Very nice. These were. I don't think he wasn't drinking, and he was revered as an actor. I mean, when he first came on set, he was applauded by the crew, who were mostly Italian. Yeah, they and of course the Chinese were fascinated by him. You know, tall guy. And it was a great shoot. It was a fascinating thing to do. He was great to work with. Fun. Anecdotes, you know.
Yeah. And would you say the same of John Hurt, who you worked with as well?
John Hurt, I didn't really work directly with. that was his very first film.
Hmm.
Very young, nervous actor, and I think I told you a story about him on that. But
Yeah.
he, no, I didn't really come across him.
You did mention that you were in Robert Downey Jr.'s first film, and
Yes,
he, of course, has had a bit of a troubled history here and there, but a great actor.
he was then about 18, I think, something like that.
Yeah.
And he was playing the youngest of Mussolini's children. That was quite an all-star cast.
Did you get much an impression of I mean, you've been in a few films where there's been, people have gone on to have massive careers. Do you kind of know when you see anything, oh, this person's got
You can sort of, you can sense it sometimes. I mean, with Robert Downey Jr., he was just a tearaway, really.
I thought he might have been.
He was very good. It was hard to tell that he was going to be a massive star. But yeah, he was having 18-year-old fun, I think. It was Jonathan Pryce's first movie, I think. I could sense something there. And who else? Gosh, can't think now. Probably quite a few, one way or another.
Yeah. And I believe you were quite friendly with Patrick Stewart, and I think you.
Yes, and we're still friends. He's a dear man, wonderful actor, of course, and he's just a really lovely guy. Really. Sweet soul.
And I think we talked last time about his relationship with Ian McKellen, but both of them share the ability to not take themselves too seriously, which I think most actors tend to be quite.
They're outrageous together, I think.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Certainly. Probably in my top 10 favorite actors, those two.
Yes. Yeah.
So let's see what else we meant to mention. Michelle Pfeiffer. Is there any particular memories of Michelle Pfeiffer?
Not particularly. She was a very hard worker. She, I was actually partly assigned to help her with Russian, but in fact she worked very closely with a kind of assistant who was assigned to a Russian girl. So she really worked with her and mimicked her sounds and things. Yeah, very, very hard worker.
Yeah.
And she was very good.
Oh yeah, she's fantastic, isn't she? And I think you said you were in Alan Cummings' first film. Of course, there's a GoldenEye connection there.
That was his first movie, I think.
I think GoldenEye was his breakout.
Definitely the breakout one, yeah.
Yeah. But
I worked with him on Titus, on Titus Andronicus. Yeah.
I mean, he seems
he's become very big in the States now.
Oh yeah, and he does this fantastic travel show, doesn't he, with Miriam Margolyes?
Yes, I've seen some of them. Very funny. Really.
Yeah, I get a sense that he's a real character and fun, and
a bit larger than life.
Oh yeah. I mean, do you have a favorite actor that you've worked with, stage, screen, that or have you ever been starstruck by somebody?
Well, I was completely struck by Colin Blakely, whom you probably wouldn't know. Colin Blakely was mostly a theatre actor. He did a few films like All Creatures Great and Small, and he was in quite a few movies. Character actor. Played with Albert Finney and played with that generation. And I adored David Niven. He was just such an example of wonderful leadership, crew, and so forth. Who else? I mean, there have been quite a few I really admire. I mean, gosh, not many I haven't admired. Put it that way.
Yeah. Is it the same with directors as well? Do certain ones lead
Sure,
their
sure,
fondness?
absolutely,
Hmm.
absolutely.
Yeah. Is there a favorite director you worked with, or you thought, well, this is really quite special, this relationship? Or...
Well, working with Bertolucci was fairly special.
Yeah.
Did 4 films with him, and I can't say it was easy, but amazingly rewarding. And he was just a remarkable man to be around.
We mentioned last time Trance with James McAvoy. Of course, he's a stellar actor. Does he leave an impression on you?
Well, he's certainly left an impression on me on something I've seen him in since. He did this theatre production of Cyrano de Bergerac.
Yes.
Which is one of the most astonishing theatre things I've seen. And if it was recorded, I saw it twice. I saw it as one of those broadcast things, then I saw it in the theatre when they brought it back. And it's not been broadcast since. I think they may even, I don't know if they're still on tour, but if by any chance you get the chance to see the recording of Cyrano, see it. It's just mind-blowing. And he is stunning.
I've never seen him on stage, but he's one of those people that
so powerful.
I'll book a ticket for, if he comes up next time, and I would love to see Jerusalem if Mark Rylance ever does that again.
I saw that
recently,
the recent iteration of it. He's amazing, just amazing.
Yeah. And you didn't seem to suggest you had fond memories of Rosario Dawson.
Well, other than she's the most gorgeous, drop-dead gorgeous and lovely person. She's a real honey. Yeah. So friendly, so lovely. But yeah, I kind of fell in love with her. I mean, she is just so beautiful.
Yes.
And just a lovely personality.
Yeah. You did mention Keanu Reeves, and he has quite a reputation as being one of the real gentlemen of Hollywood.
He was, in a sense, hardly had any communication. Well, some, but not much, because the nature of the beast was he was playing Buddha. He was starving himself. He was isolating himself. He was being a bit methody about the whole thing. Fair enough. I'm not criticizing that. But he didn't really engage with any of us. He just kind of withdrew into his own head. There were 1 or 2 times he kind of broke out and partied a little bit, but not really.
Yeah.
Not really.
I suppose it depends a little bit on the subject matter as well for actors.
Of course it does. Of course it does. Yeah. And the character you're playing and so forth.
I just want to ask you about Steve Coogan, what he was like as performer.
Oh, he's terrific to work with. You very much feel you're kind of on a team. And he just invites improvisation, he invites contribution, he invites that was quite an interesting, and it was I think I told you it was quite an interesting way of working, that we just improvised everything and then nailed it down, and that was what we did. But it was arrived at very improvisationally.
And you did have quite a nice role in Shanghai Nights with Jackie Chan and Owen Wilson.
That was fun. Yes, it was very silly, and
Jackie
Chan was kind of fun. He's sort of bounces around. He has a little entourage around him, so you don't get to engage much with him. His English is quite limited anyway. And so he has a little Chinese entourage.
There's always lots of outtakes in his films, usually struggling with the language.
Yes.
did you do anything of Owen Wilson at all in that?
No.
And my last question was just, again, just perhaps briefly, how has your profession in your eyes changed since you started to now? Is there any negatives, pluses in those different sort of the way it's evolved?
Gosh, well, technically, of course, it's very different. The fact that you can do blockbuster films, a lot of CGI and so forth, whereas when I started, you used crowds and people, huge crowds. That's why we filmed in places like Morocco, where you could get 1,000 extras. Yeah, technically it's changed. The nature of the beast hasn't really changed. You're still acting in front of a camera. What has changed dramatically is, of course, you used to do far fewer takes because you were using stock film and so forth. Now you can just go on and on and on doing takes. It doesn't matter. That was a very curious feature about filming in Russia, where in Russia it's a kind of the reverse of the Western thing. In Russia, time is of no importance whatsoever. What was really important was stock, and chemicals for processing stock. So they did very, very few takes, but they might spend weeks on a scene, you know, and it didn't matter whether you could call an actor back 2 months later and so forth, because actors were cheap. Everything, it was a reverse psychology where time was of no. Whereas in the Western thing, time is the most expensive element of a film.
And would you, doing it, given the way the industry is now, and you had your time over, would you do it all again? Would you?
Oh yes, with a huge pleasure. I mean, there is a great variety within filming. I mean, from the indie to the blockbuster to a short with students. You know, I mean, there is a huge. There's a wide scope and scape, you know, to do it. I personally like doing independent, small films. Action films, as an actor, are the most boring of all, because you spend hours while stuntmen do their thing. Action films are really, really boring to do.
Yeah, I think it's the technicality, isn't it, comes into certain things, but it's the more intimate things that I think are the most rewarding.
Of course, yes.
What I can gather, anyway.
Yes, of course.
Well, thank you very much for chatting with me.
Not at all. It's such a pleasure. You're a great host.
Well, that's very kind, and you're a great guest, if I may say so.
Thank you.
Very easy to chat to, so I enjoy it.
And good to, and good to talk to you. Good luck with everything.
Thank you very much. You too.
Bye, Philip.
Bye, Constantine. Bye.